The meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Geiger.
Present.
Meek.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thompson.
Here.
Williams here. Weiniger.
Here.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, moving into DCSD Spotlight.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's hard to believe the 24-25 school year has come to an end. I, along with the board directors and cabinet members, had the absolute privilege of attending graduations over the past couple of weeks, and it is truly a reminder of why we do what we do. We are so incredibly proud of the class of 2025, and I know that you all join me in wishing them the absolute best. So to get started with recognitions, tonight we are celebrating Colorado 5A High School Athletic Director of the Year, Mr. Tom Breesky from Rock Canyon High School. So Tom, will you join me up front? Oh, you're buried way back there. Come on up, Tom. Tom, along with Director of Athletics and Activities, Derek Cheney, and Executive Director of Schools, John Gutierrez, please come up and join us. Unfortunately, Mr. Abner was unable to make it here tonight due to a personal conflict. He himself has a 2025 graduate. So, first of all, how about a round of applause for Tom? Amazing. What a great accomplishment. And I'm actually going to have Derek talk first because I know he's dying to brag about you.
Perfect. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, board, for having us this evening. Hey, just do want to brag on Tom here for a while. He's been doing the athletic director role for 22 years total, 14 years. We've been lucky to have Tom 14 years at Rock Canyon High School. And just the amazing job that Tom does. He's really emerged as one of the leaders in our district. He actually helps me with mentoring our new ADs and our younger ADs. They go to Tom as a veteran and a leader. He's in the trenches with them. He's gained the respect of them. He is the president of the Continental League. That's a league that all our schools are in, along with some Littleton schools and Regis. And Tom's a president of the Continental League. And he also just got voted in as a president of the Colorado Athletic Directors Association. So as you can tell, he's well respected by his peers. That's voted on by his peers, which I think is the greatest compliment and respect you can give is when your peers vote you into it. So. Yeah, and to be the 5A athletic director of the entire state of Colorado is quite an honor. And Tom is so humble, so that's why I have to brag on him. But we just appreciate everything he's done. I'm personally proud of all of our ADs. If you recall, we had Mr. Johnson last year, Mr. Brisky this year. We'll have a middle school 81 in a couple weeks. But I just appreciate, Tom, your leadership, your mentorship, how you lead. Very humble heart and just helping all our younger ADs. So thank you for everything you've done for all our ADs. Thank you.
Would you like to talk about what it means for you?
Well, yeah, thanks, Derek. I have to pay him a lot of money later. No, it's great. Thanks for having me here to recognize this. We got recognized at the CADA conference up in April, and that's when I found out I won the award. And I think it's the longevity award because I've been doing it for 22 years. So. But no, it means a lot. I love being an athletic director. I love seeing our kids succeed, going through the struggles of a season. If you guys have kids, I'm sure you do. You see youth sports and high school sports is a very passionate environment. And so kids go up through the ups and downs of the season. Our coaches do as well. And I have some great coaches that make me look good on a daily basis. So I just appreciate what I do. And I know that it's the one area of when I was in high school that I really loved. I loved high school athletics, and that's what kind of drew me to this position. I used to be a baseball coach, and I just kind of worked my way up. And it means a lot that I got this recognition, but it could have gone to a lot of people in the state. Athletic directors out in the state work very hard to make sure that their kids are provided with a great environment. And I always tell people my number one job is just surrounding our kids with the best adults I can find. So thank you guys very much, and thank you for having me up here.
Well, and as On a personal note, as a parent of a former Rock Canyon swimmer, I know what an incredible environment you've created throughout the school for our youth athletics. So congratulations again. Director Geiger is here with your certificate. And we're going to do a quick picture before you get away. You don't get to leave us yet.
Right here.
Yeah, we're really proud of you, Tom.
Thank you very much. Scooch in.
Gentlemen, thank you. All right. Now we are going to recognize another special group. We'd like to recognize the members of the 24-25 Leaders for Douglas County Schools cohort. So if you're here, please come on and join us up front. What a great showing. Yeah. The Leaders for Douglas County Schools is a program led by Allison Rausch, our Director of Government Affairs, in order to offer the opportunity to deepen members' knowledge and understanding of the school district's mission, operations, and strategic priorities. The class is designed for people interested in becoming more active participants in school district affairs and advocates for DCSD. So this cohort met 9 times to learn about the district's finances, safety and security, open enrollment, student support services, curriculum, and more. I know I've had a couple of opportunities to speak to you all. It's been amazing. So thank you to the members of our district leadership for presenting. I'd love to have you introduce yourselves, but first I'd like to have Allison tell us a little bit more about the program and its importance.
Thank you. This is the second year that I've been in charge of this and doing this. It was run a few years ago as well, but we resurrected it last year. So this is the second class that I've had the pleasure of facilitating. We had a large group, and we were so fortunate. As always, we get a nice representation of parents and career backgrounds and education, and they're from all different corners of the county, different types of schools and different ages. So they bring as much to the class as our presenters do. And again, our presenters have been many of the cabinet members that are sitting here, and then a lot of their staff. And I just am so grateful that they all take time out to come talk to us. The classes are 3 hours. They don't all stay for 3 hours, but some do. And for the most part, the good stuff happens when these guys ask questions. So I always tell the presenters to go ahead and give the info. Don't dwell on your presentation, because they're going to direct the conversation. And so we have great conversations. So it was a pleasure having you all there. And then we'll have you each introduce yourself and maybe a quick thing that you enjoyed the most or what you got out of it.
My name's Cassie George. I have 2 kids at Copper Mesa Elementary, and so I was just very excited to learn. Well, I came in with the whole, pairing thing, very interested about what was going on with my school. So I really appreciate learning all about that. And I also, one of my favorite classes was the safety class, learning about the snow days, how it's called, all the stuff that keeps our kids safe. So I appreciate everybody that came. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Chad Lucero, and our son goes to Northridge. Well, not anymore. He's graduating or continuing. She's going to middle school. And he is from England. It's their first year. So my wife, they just moved over from England. And what we learned about the school district versus what we've seen in England, I wish he could come up and talk about it, but as much work as you guys put into this school district is so much better than other school districts, but certainly England. It's a challenging system there, and what I learned the most is the time that is put in. We don't see it. We only see what we hear from our kids, or from the occasional email that we get from a school. So if there's any way to broaden this program to where more people, more parents could see it and get involved, you learn a ton every time. So every time I walked out of there, I learned more and thought, I don't appreciate what you guys do as much as we should. And I think that's probably standard with most parents. We just don't know how much you do, so thank you.
Thanks, Chad.
Oh, hi there. My name is Heath McLaughlin, and my son is currently attending Crest Hill Middle School, or just graduated, is moving on to Highlands Ranch, will be a 9th grader. And my 2 older kids, we moved to Monument a number of years ago, so they were in Palm Ridge and El Paso County. So I was introduced to Douglas County by the national news, which was tough. So I'm thinking, oh God, I gotta live in Douglas County, right? But I have to say, I came with some bias, and Allison goes, just hang on, just listen, learn. And I have to say, so impressed. And Erin Kane won me over, like in the first meeting. She's such a rock star, and she's really got so much going on, so much energy and enthusiasm. And then I learned that her secret sauce is she's got like a rock star group of people behind her that are all kind of supporting her. And I was just so impressed. But beyond that, as a businessman / entrepreneur, I was really impressed with the business of it all. And that really, really impressed the heck out of me. You guys have such a large organization. It's so complex. It's so expensive. And every dollar matters. And you're really trying to think, how do we put kids first and how we spend it properly? And I was so impressed with that. So you won me over. Thank you. Thanks for the information. And I'm a changed man, and I'm willing to admit that.
Melissa Gilstrap. I have 2 kids at Pine Lane Elementary. Lydia's with me tonight. And I really appreciated the opportunity to just go really, really on a deep dive on so many different subjects. We got to nerd out together, and it was just lovely to hear all of the really smart people who are making really difficult choices with a big, big moving ship, as you said over and over again. But I really appreciated what we were able to learn. I agree. I wish it could be for everyone. I wish they could be recorded and almost required for people to better understand what's going on at the district every day. But because of that foundation, I felt comfortable enough to join the School Accountability Committee. So your goal worked, Allison, and I will be able to ask better questions and be better prepared for that because of this program.
I wasn't expecting this part. I probably didn't read the email all the way through, part of the course for me. My name's Alyssa Benson. I have 4 neurodivergent kids in the district. The first one unfortunately dropped out in order to pursue her GED last year. And the other 3 are in Vail, Mesa, and Sage Canyon. All 4 of them have struggled as neurodiverse individuals in the public school system. And so my goal was to come and learn as much as I possibly can about district, interact with district leaders, and form relationships so that we could collaborate and find ways that we can work together to support you. What I learned through all of this is just how big of a heart that each of the leaders of our district have, which as a parent in my position I'm happy to see that, very much so. And I also learned, like you had said, just how big the district is, which we know from, pupil count, right? But also by extension, like how much support you rely on by each community within the district. And that's why I'm here.
Well, good evening. My name is Brianna Ranger. Like Alyssa, I have a twice exceptional student who was just up here with me. So honestly, what I came to look forward to with this collaboration and for the leaders of Douglas County Schools is to learn more about the district and to see how I can help and how I could make a difference, not only in my son's life, but throughout the community for all students, and how to partner with the district. I also am really excited to really get more involved, not only at our local school, but within the district and with district leaders, and making sure that we can make a difference. So I really appreciate everything that you've done.
Hi, everybody. I'm Christina Parent, and I have 2 girls. One of my middle schoolers is going to go to CEC next year. So now I have a high schooler, and the other one is at American Academy in Castle Pines. I guess I'm pretty involved in American Academy. So, I was on the PTO, then I joined SAC. I ended up joining the DAC for the district. And when Allison mentioned this class, I just thought it would be an excellent opportunity to learn more. The more I learn, the more I yearn for more. So this was a fabulous program, Allison. Thank you. And thank you to all of the people that came because my favorite part was just variety and getting to learn all of the things that I had no idea went on behind the scenes. So.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Adams. I have 7 kiddos, so I have 2 graduates now from Ponderosa. I have one at Sagewood who will be an 8th grader. I have a 4th grader, they all just changed, right? At Franktown, and then 2 twins who will be 1st graders at Franktown. So kind of like others have said, I've been involved with PTO and with SAC, and that kind of led me to and actually with the last MLO bond, well, not the last, but the one 2 years ago, getting more involved in getting that information out there to our community. And so my Mark Harrell, the principal there, said, you should look into joining this group. And so it has, like everyone else said, it's been a really good opportunity to understand more about what goes on besides what you hear in the news or from other people, and to just see, like you said, the heart of everybody that's involved, and to, be able to know, I guess, what my kids are getting, what opportunities there are, and what the goals of the district are, were really helpful.
Hi, my name is Jen Boyd. I've known Allison for a number of years. We go way back, although we're in our 20s? Yeah. So when she asked me, when her and I connected last year, and she said, you should come to this, I was like, what am I going to learn? I've been in the school district. I have a now senior at Chaparral High School, and my 5th grader is in the back row, not wanting to be up here with me, but that's okay. So I decided I would attend the meetings. We hear a lot of complaints on the PTO from other parents about just everything within the school district. And nobody wants to give credit when nobody knows about the back end, all the work that goes into it. So I learned so much. I mean, I couldn't just pick one favorite thing. Everything was amazing, from what you're doing to challenge GT kids, what you're doing for SSN, what you're doing for kids that are just kind of falling in between, the staff, security, what you're teaching. I mean, I could go on and on. So now when a parent comes to me, I can say, hey, here's what I've learned. Here's what they're doing for our students. And it's not like there's a bazillion people sitting behind the doors working on, they always say Douglas County's very rich, very wealthy county, but I'm like, we're not paying 500,000 people to do this job. It's a lot that you guys are taking on, and it was really eye-opening. So thank you, Allison. I highly recommend it, and it was really just invigorating, eye-opening. I mean, I can't say enough great things about it.
Well, and many thanks to Mrs. Allison Roush for making it happen. So congratulations, everyone. Thank you so much for investing your time in our school district and in learning more. We're incredibly grateful. The more people that we have that have a great understanding of the district, the better off our community is. And we're so grateful that you took the time. So thank you. How about a round of applause for these amazing people? Oh, yeah, we're going to take a picture right after President Williams hands out these certificates.
I didn't do that.
No, she's out. That's where she draws the line. I'm like, take the ball to the front. Oh, good. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And that concludes tonight's recognitions. Thank you.
All right, then we will move on to the acceptance of the agenda. I just want to make a quick comment before I take a motion. I just wanted to say that I know that there's been a lot of discussion about the home rule presentation that we have on the agenda later today, and I just thought I would give some clarity of how that came about. I was speaking with Commissioner Layden, and I know that there had been other directors that had made comments about wanting some sort of presentation from the home rule, and he offered at that time to come and speak to the board. So because it may impact the board in some way, or the district in some way, we opted to put them on the agenda. So that is that, but I will take a motion for the agenda.
Motion to accept agenda. Second.
Motion by Weiniger, second by Myers. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Yes.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. On to superintendent updates.
Great. Thank you very much. So I will say once again what a pleasure it was to go to all of the class of 2025 graduation ceremonies over the past couple of weeks. There are still more to come. So I know some of you will be joining me this week and next week as we do 2 more graduations. It is just a true honor to be able to do that. And we have graduates that are doing such amazing things in their future. We have graduates going to college, directly entering the workforce, serving in the military, or taking a gap year to travel and see the world. Some of our outstanding graduate profiles, as well as individual scholarship recipients, can be seen on our website at www.dcsdk12.org/graduation. We still have, as I mentioned earlier, a couple of graduations coming up. Daniel C. Oaks High School is this Thursday, May 29th, and Eagle Academy is June 6th. So we are really excited about those 2 graduations. We had our first Teacher Recruitment Education Program, or TREP, graduate this year. Congratulations to Chaparral High School graduate Alexis Lopez. The TREP, or TREP program, will help finance her first 2 years of college. In the meantime, she continues to work in our DCSD BASE program. During the recent production of Beauty and the Beast, the Sagewood Middle School Cooking Club hosted a special 4-course dinner for attendees as they watched the tale as old as time come to life on stage. It's amazing to see our career and technical education work its way into our middle schools. The Colorado Department of Education recently recognized several Douglas County School District schools for high academic achievement with performance awards earned in the 2023 and 2024 school years, and much more than several. We had the honor of recognizing these schools during our State of the District event in early May. 32 schools received the 2024 John Irwin Award of Excellence. 9 schools received the 2024 Governor's Distinguished Improvement Award. These awards are given to the top schools, top academic performing schools in the state of Colorado. Our district took home more awards than any other district. Mountain Ridge Middle School's basketball team has done it again. The DCSD 7th grade boys basketball championship win clinched the 3rd basketball championship for the school this academic year. Congratulations to the 8th grade girls, 8th grade boys, and 7th grade boys for their basketball team wins. Mr. Berkshka's 4th grade class at Cherokee Trail Elementary had a goal to improve safety in our community. They worked with the town of Parker to have 2 crosswalk flashers installed on Clark Farms Drive. As you are leaving the school, take notice of the new flashers. The kids are really excited about them, and we are grateful for everyone's advocacy. Speaking of safety, we are excited to be partnering with Douglas County Sheriff's Office on the first ever transportation and road safety event taking place this summer on Saturday, July 19th at Mountain Vista High School. Be sure to save the date. It is our hope to replicate these events in other parts of the county with our law enforcement partners. Congratulations to Cloverleaf Enrichment School student Kaylee, who is the winner of the Core Electric Art Contest. Kaylee won $50 for herself and $500 for Cloverleaf. Core Electric representatives came and presented Kaylee with her award check and a check for Cloverleaf. So way to go, Kaylee. Congratulations to Highlands Ranch High School student Addie Overgard. Addie received the Outstanding Youth of Lone Tree Award. Lone Tree Mayor Harmon, City Council, and Lone Tree Youth Commission awarded her for her academic achievement as well as her commitment to an artistic presence in the community. Vale High School students Scarlett Marone and Hunter Jackson are national finalists in the Junior Achievement Social Innovation Challenge. They are one of 15 teams that are heading to Atlanta, Georgia to compete in a national pitch competition. Congratulations to Hunter, Scarlett, and to Vale. DCSD's Nutrition Services Department has begun serving free summer lunches in our community as part of Colorado's Free Lunches for All program. Please find locations and times on the Nutrition Services website. And with that, I would like to once again thank the Board of Education for all of their support for our graduations over the last couple of weeks. You all have spent countless hours at graduations, and it is just amazing to have you there, and it means the world to our students and our staff and our leaders. So thank you for putting your time in. That concludes tonight's updates.
Thank you. All right, moving in to public comment. Tonight, 2 minutes will be allowed for each speaker. Please remain respectful and address the board rather than the guests or staff in the room. Please keep comments appropriate for a K-12 audience, and please adjust the mic so that we can hear you as you speak. I will be starting with those students first, and then we'll move to anybody speaking remotely on the new charter applications, and then in-person charter applications, and then we'll move remotely to general public comment, and then in-person general public comment. So with that, we will start with Amelia Muldrow, Noelle Goldstein, and then Jackson Ditzworth. Amelia.
Is that good?
It's great, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, board directors, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to ask you to approve Renaissance's application to expand. RSS has a very strong community that brings people together. Everyone is so incredibly welcoming. I started at RSS halfway through my 8th grade year, and I immediately felt like I belonged there because everyone welcomed me with wide open arms. At RSS, students are not just a number. They are each their own individual, amazing person who are all a part of the same crew, and RSS never fails to recognize that. Everyone at school really lives up to our motto, we are crew, not passengers, and it is evident in everything that we do as a crew. Every single teacher takes the time to truly get to know their students and what they need in and out of the classroom. This creates a space where students feel seen and supported, no matter where they are in their learning journey. RSS's hands-on learning really allows students to get fully immersed in their education. Along with that, the outdoor-based education helps students to truly enjoy learning. Voyages create extremely strong bonding experiences between classmates that cannot be found at other schools. Being able to learn outdoors and grow through shared experiences is something that makes RSS really special. There's also a lot of flexibility for students to have the opportunity to participate in extracurriculars outside of school, which makes it easier for each student to explore their different interests and passions. RSS is not just a school, it's a place where community, individuality, and learning go hand in hand. I hope you'll consider approving the application to expand so more students can have access to the incredible opportunities my classmates and I have had. Thank you.
Thank you. Noelle, and then Jackson, and then we'll move to our remote speakers.
Hello? Okay. Hello, my name is Noelle Goldstein, and I'm a rising junior in high school. I attended Renaissance Secondary from grades 7 to 8 before continuing my journey at a school in Denver my freshman year. The community within RSS was unlike anything I had ever experienced. Right off the bat, teachers took the time to learn our names and personalities and worked hard to determine which ways of learning were best for us. This may seem like a small, meaningless detail, but as someone with an ALP who's always looking for more challenges, I often felt like I didn't even need to ask for the resources I needed. This was something that changed significantly when I proceeded into high school in Denver. Everything in the classroom felt far too impersonal and disconnected. I was used to the expeditions, the spontaneous seminars, the field trips. There, it felt like my learning couldn't really be applied anywhere. And I missed the inside jokes with my teachers, if you can believe such things existed. I missed my crew of silly classmates with big personalities and hearts. I missed being able to walk up to any student or staff member and spark up an interesting discussion on something as big as current events or as small as weekend plans. The things that seemed normal about school culture were the things I took for granted the most. That became the reason I ended up switching back to Renaissance. It may seem strange for me to have talked about high school and middle school when I'm here to discuss expansion into elementary school. But I am a firm believer that the lessons I've learned along the way Renaissance has taught me are far more valuable than those I've learned in a traditional school environment. Excuse me. I also think that they have better equipped me for my future. Having the opportunity to start students on this trajectory when they are younger will ensure that our future generation is filled with modern learners. Kids who understand the power of community and asking crucial questions to both themselves and others. Kids who take educated action instead of sitting around. That is what Renaissance has taught me, and I think we could all learn a little something from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackson.
Hi, my name is Jackson Ditzworth, and I'm going into 7th grade at Renaissance Secondary School. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to speak today. I want to talk about why it's so important to expand our schools so that younger students can have the same opportunities that I have. One of the biggest experiences that I've had at Renaissance was during a trip called Voyage. On that trip, I had to climb a huge rock wall. At first, I was nervous and didn't think I could do it. But with the support of my teachers and classmates, I stepped out of my comfort zone into my growth zone. That's something we talk about a lot at Renaissance. It means pushing yourself to try new things, even if they're hard or scary, because that's how you grow. That experience taught me more than just how to climb a wall. It taught me confidence, teamwork, and how to face challenges. And I believe that younger students should be able to have some of those kinds of experiences early on. There's a real demand for this kind of hands-on, supportive, and growth-focused education. I've seen it help me and my classmates, and I know it can help even more students if we had the space and resources to include them. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll help you support expanding our school to give more kids the chance to grow like I have.
All right. Moving to our remote speakers regarding the charters, Jamie Bosley, Jenny Hoskins, and Gerald Anderson. Jamie.
Good evening. I come to you today as a concerned member of this community, a proud supporter of public education, and someone deeply invested in preserving the quality and integrity of Castle Rock schools. I'm urging you to deny the 3 charter school expansion applications currently under consideration. These proposals are not only incomplete, they are irresponsible. None of the applications provide specific address locations, only a vague reference to Castle Rock. 2 mention Crystal Valley as a possible placement, but let's be clear, Crystal Valley already has a charter school serving that area. Introducing 2 more would oversaturate the region with programs that fail to meet the diverse needs of all students. That's not expanding school choice, it's diluting it. Even more troubling, these applications lack letters of intent, documents that are fundamental to determining need and long-term viability. Meanwhile, our district is facing school pairings and consolidations due to under-enrollment. How can it possibly be fiscally sound to approve 3 more charters when we're already closing and consolidating others? We all remember the MLO and bond measures that barely passed. Those funds were a gift from the taxpayers. One that we have a duty to manage wisely. Approving ungrounded charter expansion threatens to undermine the existing neighborhood schools, potentially pushing them towards closure, just as we've seen in Highlands Ranch. Is that the message we want to send the next time we ask voters to invest in DCSD? And finally, as we approach the June 24th special election on home rule, I want to be clear, this is not about local control. It's about a power grab by 3 grifters bent on dismantling public education in favor of a voucher scheme that will bleed resources from the high-performing schools. Vote no on home rule. Our children deserve better than political manipulation disguised as reform. Let's protect our school choice, our public schools, and the trust of our taxpayers. Deny these applications and vote no on June 24th for home rule.
15 seconds remaining.
Jenny Hoskins and Gerald Anderson.
Hi, my name is Jenny Hoskins. I am a proud Castle Rock resident and parent to 3 boys, 2 of whom will be of elementary age in the next 2 to 3 years. I also live in Crystal Valley, and being a resident down there, I will say it is tough enough to commute to different schools, especially for my oldest child, and having options in the Crystal Valley area would significantly help our population with parents finding other schools that aren't as far away to get our children to the best education. I'm fully in support of having STEM school, Highlands Ranch expand into STEM school, Castle Rock STEM school provides one of the top-notch quality education experiences seen, and I'd love to be able to give that option to my children as they get into elementary school age. And that is my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Gerald Anderson, and then we'll move to in person.
Mute. Greetings. Do you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Okay. Greetings. I'm Jerry Anderson. I live in Castle Rock and previously taught for 2 years in California and 2 years here in Colorado. I want to state that I support the creation of the new charter schools in Douglas County for the following reasons. One, parental involvement. Charter schools prioritize parental involvement. This fosters a strong sense of purpose in connecting the school experience between children and their parents. Two, high responsiveness. The autonomy and flexibility that drive charter schools often allow them to quickly respond to students' needs more efficiently than a public school environment. Charter schools can quickly implement curriculum changes, adjust teaching methods, or shift administrative practices to address emerging issues or challenges. Three, results driven. Charter schools are inherently results driven because of their existence depends on meeting specific performance goals as outlined in their charters. The focus on measurable outcomes helps drive innovation and accountability. Four, innovative teaching approach. Another area where charter schools excel is in their innovative teaching approach. Five, better autonomy. Charter schools enjoy a higher level of autonomy than traditional public school districts, from curriculum decisions to teaching methods. Finally, six, higher graduation rates and performance. Charter schools often boast higher graduation rates than their traditional district peers and also academic performance. I thank you for this, and I encourage you to consider charter schools because of their increased accountability, especially because of the performance and all requirements that they need to be met, which are more stringent than in the public schools. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. All right, in person, we have Lisa Bain, Amy Stevens, and Melissa England. Lisa.
How does this sound?
Great, thank you.
Great. Good evening, board directors. My name is Lisa Bain. I am the assistant principal of Renaissance Secondary School. I speak to you as a longtime member of the Renaissance community, as a parent of 2 alumni, an elementary teacher, and more recently an administrator. From every vantage point, I can say with confidence, this program changes lives. Since finding Renaissance for my own children back in 2001, I've watched it grow while staying rooted in its core principles. Respect for all learners, the cultivation of a strong sense of belonging, authentic interdisciplinary learning, and meaningful connections to the world outside the classroom. At every stage, the goal has remained the same: to inspire students to become more than they imagined and contribute meaningfully to this world. Kurt Hahn once said, "There is more to us than we know. If we can be made to see it, we may never settle for less." This is the essence of a Renaissance education. Our students aren't just taught, they are seen, challenged, and empowered to act upon their potential. They leave school unwilling to settle for less from themselves or the world around them. Over the years, I've witnessed this impact again and again. Our students are courageous learners, thoughtful communicators, as you just experienced, and confident leaders. Coaches, teachers, youth leaders, and community partners regularly tell me how our students stand out. Alumni say the same. Renaissance gave them the foundation to thrive in college and beyond. You know the popular Colorado bumper sticker? Not a native, but I got here as fast as I could. Yeah. Students have shared a similar sentiment through the years with me regarding Renaissance too many times. I got here in 7th grade. I wish I could have started sooner. Families wait years for a spot. As I retire this summer after 24 years as part of the Renaissance community, I am more confident than ever in the strength of the current leadership and the direction of this program. I urge you to approve this. Thank you.
Amy Stevens, Melissa England, Tina Howell.
Good evening, board members. My name is Amy Stevens, and I'm here tonight as a parent who passionately believes in the value of diverse educational environments and the importance of schools that meet students' individual needs. My son began his journey at Renaissance Secondary after 7 years at Renaissance Elementary. With curiosity, he chose to explore other options for high school and enrolled in our neighborhood school. For 2 challenging years, he persevered in an environment that simply wasn't the right fit. Ultimately, at the start of his junior year, he decided to return to Renaissance Secondary, a choice that confirmed what we already knew. Renaissance is where he felt truly seen, supported, and inspired. What sets Renaissance apart are the programs that nurture the whole student. Their adventure education pushes students beyond the classrooms and into real-world leadership and resilience. Alternative sports programs offer opportunities for teamwork and challenge beyond traditional athletics. And the Senior Capstone, a year-long, passion-driven project, allowed my son an opportunity to reflect on his identity and values with a deeply, deeply personal educational experience. These aren't just enrichment programs, they are essential. They foster academic growth, emotional well-being, and a lifelong love of learning. Renaissance creates a space where students are known, valued, and empowered to become their authentic selves in a culture built on connection, curiosity, and community. That's why I wholeheartedly support the proposed expansion of this exceptional school's charter. We are alumni now. My son graduated with highest honors 2 weeks ago, but every family deserves access to this kind of transformative educational experience from the earliest years on through graduation. Please support this expansion, not just for today's students, but for the future of education in our district. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Melissa England, Tina Howell, and Jackie Bradley.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Melissa England, and I'm a teacher at Renaissance, as well as a former Renaissance parent. Tonight, we are simply asking for approval to begin the next phase of growth. Our current site isn't big enough to add pre-kindergarten through 5th grade. We are only asking for approval to do our work on another site as an extension of our current campus. I know one concern has been whether there's enough demand to justify this. Please bear in mind that this is not a new charter application. We are striving to meet a demand for our programming. Currently, there is a huge waitlist at Renaissance Elementary Magnet School, which is a relevant indicator of the demand for Renaissance programming. Our school regularly hosts tours that are close to 100 plus people. Tours are so large that we're often struggling during the day to offer more room for them to visit. And we're trying to figure out how to meet this massive demand. Families that visit just aren't curious. Many of them go on to apply. Our waitlist is long and includes families who are specifically looking for the kind of integrated, supportive, and academically rigorous environment that Renaissance provides. They want what we do well, and we want to be able to say yes to more of them. We're asking for the chance to take the first step to build responsibly towards something we believe serves students and families and will for decades to come. In 2013, my then 3rd grader and kindergartner were lucky enough to get spots at Renaissance. In 2017, we opened Renaissance Secondary School, and both of my children continue to learn in an environment that has truly set them up for success as a college student and rising high school senior. Tonight, in 2025, you have the ability to meet this demand and give more parents the satisfaction I felt when I enrolled my students in Renaissance. There is demand, there always has been,
15 seconds
and there will continue
remaining.
to be, and you have the opportunity to make it real for Douglas County students and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina Howell, Jackie Bradley, Scott Williams.
Good evening. My name is Tina Howell, and I've served as the director of Renaissance Secondary School for the past 2 years. My family has been a part of Renaissance since 2017, and as of last week, I now have 2 RSS graduates, classes 2020 and 2025. I'm here to share why we're seeking to open a feeder school. Right now, only 1 in 3 applicants to schools like ours get a spot. That means twice as many are turned away. Families are actively searching for something different, like my family was. We were one of those families in 2016 looking for a school where our kids would feel connected. At RSS, the expeditionary learning, the capstones, and the voyages have made a huge impact on our life. the skills that they learned in critical thinking, the communication, and problem solving. Our model works. My daughter, the class of 2020, is now a college graduate, working in sustainable outdoor clothing. This passion was sparked by her RSS teacher and her capstone project. The voyages have also been a huge impact on my family. My son, his IEP teacher and his voyage teachers helped him find an avalanche rescue class over spring break, and he's decided to go into outdoor leadership this fall. Families are responding. We already have 265 intents to enroll for grades PK through 5, over half of our target and ahead of where we were in launching back in 2017. As a parent, I searched for something like RSS for my son when he was younger. Luckily, when my daughter came for the tour at RSS, she came home with a pros and cons list on why she should also switch
15 seconds remaining.
as a sophomore. After seeing what RSS did for both our kids, I know how powerful it can be. The next step isn't just about expansion, it's about reaching students when it matters most.
Thank you. Jackie Bradley, Scott Williams, and then Scott Mingle. Jackie Bradley.
All right, good evening. I brought my oldest daughter's drum with me tonight, not just as a prop, but as a symbol. At Renaissance, drumming is more than a tradition. It's a shared rhythm that connects every student, teacher, and staff member. It's how we express unity and celebrate our culture of crew. Last summer, as a student leadership advisor, I had the privilege of sending students to the statewide CHASA State Leadership Conference. When they returned, they were bursting with pride, not just because of what they had learned, but because they saw for the first time just how special our school community really is. They told me, "Bradley, no one else does this. No other school drums." And at Renaissance, we drum together because we are together. And our students made a commitment to make that a cultural focus this school year because they saw for themselves the value of crew. My name is Jackie Bradley, and I've been a part of the Renaissance community for 10 years as a parent, and for the past 5 years as a high school teacher at RSS. My children have been students at both the elementary and the secondary school, and I've had the unique opportunity to witness the full progression of this incredible school community. At Renaissance, students are more than learners. They're scholars, detectives, and problem solvers. They are valued as individuals, and they know they are a part of something bigger than themselves. Families see that, families feel that, and they want to be a part of it. One of the foundational purposes of a charter school is to meet a need in the community, and right now, our community needs Renaissance. Not just more seats, but more Renaissance. We need space, yes, but we also need to preserve and expand a model that raises the bar for academics, creates meaningful belonging, and empowers students to solve real-world problems with their ideas and leadership. We need to build a K through 12 campus that reflects the size and strength of the community we've already built and makes room for those still waiting. Thank you.
Scott Williams, Scott Mingle, and then Carisha Krakow. Sorry, Scott Williams.
Hi, I'm Scott Mingle, not Scott Williams. Good evening, directors. Thank you for the opportunity to once again express my wholehearted support for the Renaissance K-12 charter application. As a lifelong educator with deep knowledge of expeditionary learning and a proud grandparent of 4 elementary-aged boys, I urge you to vote yes on this application. Our children need schools their families believe in, and Renaissance has already proven itself to be such a place as you've heard tonight. Douglas County has long valued family choice, and this vote is an opportunity to affirm that tradition. I've repeatedly heard from district staff that we're a declining enrollment district. That may be true in general, but it is not the case at Renaissance. Both Renaissance Secondary and REMS maintain robust wait lists, a clear sign of unmet demand from families specifically seeking an EL experience. Declining enrollment may be a district-wide concern, but it is not relevant in this context. It would be unfortunate if the district recommended a no vote based on generalized enrollment concerns. That rationale does not reflect the actual experience at these thriving schools and fails to account for the high local interest in EL programming. When I opened the downtown Denver Expeditionary School in 2013, we had no building, no funds, no staff, nothing. And still, we had a great vision and a great charter. The DPS board approved our charter. Contingent on meeting benchmarks, we went on to exceed. Renaissance Secondary, by contrast, is already a high-performing, well-established EL school, ideally situated to serve students from Crystal Valley, Crowfoot, and the Canyons. With no immediate district plans to build schools in those areas, approving this charter is a proactive way to meet the needs of growing communities and provide families with real choice. I trust you'll do the right thing for Douglas County students and families. Thank you for voting yes tonight.
Scott Williams is not here? He's not. Okay. Carisha Krakow, and then Judy Bramberg, Harold Britton. Sorry if I got your name wrong.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Carisha Krakow, and I am a parent at Renaissance Secondary. I am here to express my strong support for the approval of Renaissance Secondary's expansion application. As a parent, I have witnessed firsthand the positive impact Renaissance has had on my children. Both who have attended have expressed a desire for a larger library to support their academic development. They have also been involved in the wonderful theater program, which I know needs more space to continue their growth. Renaissance Secondary offers a unique educational experience that combines rigorous academics with real-world learning. The school's commitment to expeditionary learning, project-based instruction, and adventure education prepares students for success beyond the classroom. Students engage in interdisciplinary courses that tackle real-world problems, fostering critical thinking and problem-solving skills. The school's emphasis on character development, community service, and experiential learning creates a supportive environment where students thrive academically and personally. There is demand for this approach from families in Douglas County. Expanding Renaissance Secondary would provide more families with access to this exceptional educational experience. It would offer an alternative for those seeking a smaller school that prioritizes academic excellence, individual refinement, and community engagement. I urge you to please consider the positive impact that approving this expansion could have on our community. By supporting Renaissance Secondary's growth, you are providing more students with the opportunity to receive an exceptional education that focuses on them not only as a student, but as a whole person. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Judy Bramberg, Harold Britton, and Sarah Dahl.
Good evening. My name is Judy Bramberg, and I'm the co-founder of the STEM School Highlands Ranch. Since 2014, I've submitted 12 charter applications in Douglas County. None were denied for academic reasons, but in retaliation for whistleblowing about Douglas County's statutory noncompliance, forgery, discrimination, attorney buyouts, sabotage, bond fraud, and safety failures, which caused the preventable May 7th, 2019 STEM school shooting. I now have an active appeal before the U.S. Supreme Court exposing the public education antitrust RICO cartel enterprise. In March 2023, I submitted 8 charter applications for Sterling Ranch, Ridgegate, Castle Rock, Crystal Valley, and Highlands Ranch. Each was denied in retaliation for exposing Douglas County corruption. While my federal claims are pending, it is illegal and unlawful for Douglas County to approve any new charter applications, including John Adams, Lehman, and Renaissance, on land and in areas tied to my current SCOTUS appeal. These approvals violate federal injunction protections and constitute a racketeering-based seizure of protected educational opportunity. On May 27, 2017, under the leadership of the superintendent and board president, I formally warned the board that STEM school was in catastrophic financial failure and ineligible for bond financing. A secret bailout was arranged by DCSD chief officer, teacher union president, and the current Sterling Ranch correspondent, Pat McGraw, using a fraudulent SECFA bond financed by UMB. Remaining. After exposing this, Douglas County retaliated, denying all my applications, suppressing racketeering evidence, and silencing my public comment. Tonight, I ask the board to halt all 2025 charter approvals pending resolution of my Supreme Court case.
Thank you. Harold Britton, Sarah Dahl, and Kelly Shoemaker.
Hi, my name is Harold Britton. I'm an educator and active community volunteer living here in Castle Rock. With my wife and 2 sons, we support Renaissance, Lehman Academy, and STEM charter schools in Castle Rock. Parents like us increasingly prefer to choose charter schools. They are committed to an educational system that empowers students, supports families, restores better parenting rights, and promotes American values. We need more schools to prepare students for successful lives and for the best jobs available going into the future. We also support adopting merit pay for exceptional teachers, which many of our schools have, much more than teacher tenure, that historically has not seemed to work very effectively. Parents and families can be encouraged to select values that align better with our constitutional principles and truly support our children's future development. We also support universal school choice, hoping to see this eventually spread to every state in the USA. We hope to expand 529 educational savings accounts and support both charter schools and homeschools. We also want to prepare our students for life challenges and will fund and support proven career training programs. Charter schools will help us inspire and prepare our students for a greater future. Thank you for the opportunity to express our hearts for the kids.
Thank you. Sarah Dahl, Kelly Shoemaker, and John Schuckey.
I hate public speaking. Members of the Douglas County School Board, excuse me, don't start my time yet. My name is Sarah Dahl. I'm a current parent at Renaissance Secondary School and here to express my strong support for expanding the Renaissance model in Castle Rock. I understand you've already received a recommendation from a committee, but if your conclusion is anything but yes, I urge you to recall the voices of this community. At the Douglas County School District meeting 2 weeks ago, I listened, as you all did, as staff, students, and parents spoke overwhelmingly tonight as well in response and support of Renaissance. And I understand there's currently a wait list at Renaissance Elementary that's double or even triple the expected attendance next year. Clearly, families are seeking student-centered, high-quality experiential learning, and Renaissance is delivering. Excuse me. Our story. We moved from Washington to Colorado 2 years ago. After much research, we chose Renaissance for its smaller, more personalized learning environment, and that choice has been transformational for my son, Carter. Gosh, I'm so sorry. Carter just finished 8th grade. He's thriving academically, socially, and emotionally, but it wasn't always this way. He started 7th grade in a new school in a new state with no friends. That's tough, especially in middle school. But the staff at Renaissance listened, adapted, and made sure we felt supported every step of the way. Carter's also twice exceptional. And I want to commend both the Renaissance SPED team and the district SPED staff for the high level of collaboration they've shown. They took the time to really understand his needs, putting the right supports in place, and demonstrating they truly care. But what truly stands out about Renaissance is the sense of community, as you've heard overwhelmingly tonight. It's a place where each student is known, where families are involved, where educators go the extra mile. Carter's not just another face in the crowd. He's found the community he never has had. So with that, I hope you'll consider the community's resounding support. Thank you.
Kelly Shoemaker, John Schuckey.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, Board of Directors. I'll actually be speaking on behalf of another Douglas County resident. And he writes, "Hi, my name is Wilson Christner, and I'm a parent living in rural Douglas County. I really appreciate the chance to speak with you today, and I'm here to ask you to please vote yes on Renaissance Secondary's expansion application. For someone living in the rural part of the county, I can tell you that school choice is still very limited for families like mine. We want high-quality options for our kids too, and right now, there just aren't enough. Renaissance stands out as a high-performing school that offers something different. They focus on real-world, hands-on learning that gets kids out of their desks and truly engaged. Whether it's learning expeditions, outdoor education, or project-based coursework, students are actually excited to learn because it feels relevant and meaningful. What also appeals to my family is that Renaissance doesn't just focus on academics. They care about the whole child. They're building a community where students feel known, supported, and challenged in all the right ways. That's the kind of environment I want for my kids. Expanding Renaissance would open the door for more families, especially rural families, to access this kind of education without having to move or make impossible commutes. Please consider what this would mean for families like mine. I strongly urge you to vote yes and help bring more choice and opportunities to all corners of Douglas County. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. John Schucke.
Good evening. My name is John Schucke. I serve on the Board of Directors of Renaissance Secondary School. I'm here tonight to provide a statement on behalf of my fellow board member, Shannon Andrews, who is unable to join us this evening. Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak with you about the expansion of Renaissance Secondary School. Last month, I spoke about the impact Renaissance has had on my children, how the community, curriculum, and spirit of crew have shaped their learning experience. Tonight, I return to speak about something more quantitative. I'd like to offer a few numbers for your consideration. 451. That is the number of students we currently have signed up to attend Renaissance Secondary School next year, our largest student body to date, with almost 100 additional students on the wait list who are not able to obtain a spot. 265, the number of intents to enroll that we already had come in for a potential additional RSS campus. 172, that is the number of students who remained on the wait list at REMS this year so far who were not offered a spot. 104 is the number of families who applied for a spot in kindergarten at Renaissance Elementary this year. 40 is the number who got in. So that means 64 is the number of families who currently on the kindergarten wait list, meaning well more than half of the families who wanted a spot could not get one. Finally, the number 4. That is the number of acres our 6th through 12th grade secondary school is on. For those of you who have had a chance to visit RSS, you know we have a beautiful campus and we use every inch of it to excellent effect. Our courtyard, slide, gorgeous commons and fireplace, multimedia room, and light-filled classrooms enhance our students' learning every day. However, we are only able to construct a 3/4 size gym. As our school has grown, we are in need of more space to expand our STEM lab
15
classrooms.
seconds remaining.
I hope you'll reflect on these numbers, what our current enrollment represents, about the growth and success of RSS over the last 8 years, and what the wait list at both RSS and Renaissance Elementary represent about the number of students and families who wish to be able to choose this educational approach. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are going to move into general public comment, where we'll start with our remote speakers, Tiffany Baker, Robin DePan, and Carrie Schlachter. Tiffany, are you there?
Yes, I request that the board review and, if necessary, revise district policies and procedures to ensure that all school-affiliated events, whether officially sponsored or heavily promoted by schools, uphold the district's commitments to educational equity, inclusion, and belonging for all students. My concern is specific to Highlands Ranch High School's continued use of Mission Hills Church as the venue for its annual senior celebration. Although the event is organized by parent volunteers, it is actively promoted by the school, attended by staff, and experienced by students as a public school milestone. The issue is not about religion per se. It is about the district aligning itself, however indirectly, with a venue whose public teachings explicitly reject LGBTQ+ identities. Mission Hills Church's blog series, A Pride Conversation, describes same-sex relationships as unnatural and against God, and urges LGBTQ+ people to repent. These are not vague or private beliefs. They are public teachings that create an objectively unwelcoming environment for LGBTQ students and families. This stands in direct conflict with DCSD's educational equity policy, which commits the district to creating inclusive, unbiased environments and to prohibiting exclusive or discriminatory practices. That policy promises equitable educational opportunities regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression. It is particularly concerning that HRHS leadership has acknowledged the venue's inappropriateness, yet continues to use it due to logistical convenience. Fiscal or space limitations should never justify compromising student belonging or identity safety. To be clear, this is not a
15
statement
seconds
against
remaining.
faith-based spaces. Many are inclusive, but when a venue's public doctrine undermines students' identities, it cannot be seen as aligned with DCSD's equity values. I urge the board to establish clear district-wide guidelines
you.
for evaluating off-campus venue suitability. Thank you for your time.
Robin DePan, Carrie Schlachter, Aaron Yao.
Good evening. My name is Robin DePan, and I'm a Douglas County resident and parent, here to share concerns about the upcoming special election on home rule governance. Voters will soon decide whether Douglas County should adopt a home rule charter and who will draft it. This is a major shift in how our county could be governed. Yet it's being rushed through with very little public engagement. The idea was introduced in late March. 3 months later, we're voting on it at a cost of $500,000 to taxpayers. That's a fast-track timeline for something this consequential. Other counties like Weld and Pitkin took many months to hold public meetings, gather input, and create citizen-led charters. Here, the process is being led by current commissioners, several of whom are also running to be on the Charter Commission. That raises valid concerns about transparency and conflicts of interest. Now let's talk about what this means for our schools. Under home rule, county commissioners could gain broader authority over land use, taxation, and public health, areas that directly impact school funding, growth planning, and partnerships. There's concern this could open the door to more interference in public education, especially when we've already seen tension between some county officials and the values of our public schools. We have to ask, who benefits from this shift, and what safeguards do we have that it won't be used to undermine public education or push political agendas? With so little input and so many unanswered questions, the risk feels too high. Our children deserve stable, thoughtful leadership. Rushed changes with unclear motives don't serve families or students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Carrie Schlachter, Aaron Yao, Jennifer Williams.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Schlachter, and I'm a resident of Sterling Ranch. First, I want to express our gratitude and excitement for the new neighborhood school planned in Sterling Ranch. I'm here tonight on behalf of a growing number of families who feel deeply concerned and increasingly confused about how school land decisions are being made in our community. Recent events surrounding the proposed John Adams Academy site have brought these concerns to the surface. Residents were under the impression that this parcel in Filing 6 was intended and identified for a future Douglas County School District school. A belief based on PD amendments, MOUs from both our developer and Douglas County School District on public record, and statements from both the developer and Douglas County School District. Yet, we now see a private charter seeking to build on that land without a clear or formal response from Douglas County School District to clarify whether this is something the district supports or opposes. Based on the MOUs on public record, this appears to directly violate John Adams' release to CSI, which clearly states that John Adams cannot locate on land identified for Douglas County School District. So I ask, does the district believe that the release is still valid, and does the district find this concerning? I can't determine if I'm yelling into the void or if the district is involved in the background. What makes this even more concerning is the possibility of home rule. In an April 14th Board of County Commissioner meetings, the commissioners discussed using home rule powers to alter zoning on school land currently held in trust at the county. This meeting was recorded but was not publicly posted, and I have that recording. Please reach out if you want to listen for yourself. That kind of change without strong advocacy from Douglas County School District could make it harder to preserve land for neighborhood schools and easier for public obligations to shift to private lands.
15 seconds remaining.
We aren't land experts. We rely on the district to pay attention to this and advocate for our schools, and I have faith that you will do that. We are asking for more transparency and support regarding these issues from the district. Families are paying attention, and we want to partner with you to ensure Sterling
Thank
Ranch
you.
and other fast-growing areas have public school infrastructure they were promised. Thank you.
Erin Yao, Jennifer Williams, Lorelei Wright.
Hello, my name is Erin Yao. I'm a Douglas County resident and live in Sterling Ranch. I have 3 young children. I'm concerned about the vague generalities that have been presented in support of home rule in Douglas County and how home rule could affect our schools. One of my greatest concerns is for school safety. Here are some questions I'd like the Board of Directors to research and provide specific answers to about how home rule would affect school safety. DCSD and DCSO and the municipal police departments seem to have a great system. Our Director of Security has built out a wonderfully robust program for safety, and I find it concerning that home rule could open a door to disrupt that system. I am concerned about how they may impose their power and where they will do so by force or by retribution. Do you think home rule will make the answers to the following questions better or worse? How would the county's home rule authority over safety intersect with school district policies on safety and emergency procedures? What changes could home rule create in coordination of county emergency management plans with school-specific crisis responses? Now or in the future, how could home rule impact any of the formal agreements between the county and school districts to jointly manage safety? Under home rule, what happens if county safety policies conflict with state-level education mandates? Who wins and who loses? The majority of respondents on the 2025 Citizen Survey said they would vote against a home rule initiative. This makes me concerned that the commissioners are out of touch and that they might try to upsert state laws in spite of what citizens think. What makes DCSD confident the commissioners won't do the same to the district? How have you as directors been consulted on this initiative?
15 seconds
brought into
remaining.
the fold about what their plans are, or even been offered representation on their slate of insiders? Your answers should lead you to question the intentions of this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Williams, Lorelei Wright, Jacqueline Charles. Jennifer.
She's online asking to unmute.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me.
We can.
I have a number of concerns about home rule in Douglas County, but I want to put a spotlight on the rush timeline the commissioners have defined. Every time the commissioners speak on home rule, they emphasize the uncertainty around exactly what powers home rule will establish and how those powers will be exercised, because they say it all depends upon how the charter is written. I would think that with everything relying on that charter, there would be plenty of time for the 21-member charter commission to listen to citizen voices and come to a consensus on a home rule charter, but the opposite is true. In fact, Colorado statute provides up to 240 days for an elected charter commission to draft a home rule charter. That's right, 8 months. But the county commissioner's timeline provides less than 2 months for a charter commission to do its work. For context, the DCSD board took 21 days to study the relatively simple addition of an AP African American Studies course to our school's approved curricula. If home rule passes, 21 days is about a quarter of the time the charter commission would have to write a charter. The charter commission will be dealing with literally hundreds of decisions of that same magnitude, and they will have less than 60 days to do it. It begs the question, have county officials already drafted a charter, and are they endorsing charter commission candidates who will quickly and efficiently rubber stamp their carefully crafted plans? This timeline seems reckless. There's too much uncertainty around the powers home rule would give the county commissioners and how those new powers would affect our schools, our county services, our elections, our designated public land, and many more local issues. I urge our DCSD directors to devote a high level of due diligence to studying how home rule could impact land use and other issues that would impact the future of public schools in our county. I also ask that Douglas County voters vote no on the question of whether Douglas County should form a home rule charter commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorelei Wright, Jacqueline Charles, Bob Marshall.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Lorelei Wright. I'm a resident of Sterling Ranch, and I have serious concerns about how home rule could affect schools and communities in unincorporated areas like ours. While cities like Castle Pines and Lone Tree have municipal home rule, communities like Sterling Ranch and Highlands Ranch do not, and that leaves us vulnerable to county decisions that we may not agree with. Douglas County's recent opt-out of state firearm restrictions in government buildings only applied to unincorporated areas, for example. That's a preview of how home rule could expand the county's authority over zoning, land use, utilities, and even school safety without clear input from our communities. What powers would the county gain over our schools, parks, and infrastructure? Could they mandate school safety measures or allow firearms on school grounds? And if so, who pays for it? Would our school district be accountable to the county? Without municipal home rule, what recourse do we have if we disagree with county policies? This feels like a shift that could silence the voices of residents in the most populous parts of Douglas County, and I can't support handing over that kind of unchecked power. I'd also like to say briefly that I'm concerned that the school district has allowed 20 minutes for the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners to speak uninterrupted in favor of this rushed home rule initiative without an opposing viewpoint. I think that's an irresponsible use of DCSD resources. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Jacqueline Charles, Bob Marshall, Ada Lishka.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
My name is Jacqueline Charles. I'm a parent of a soon-to-be kindergartner and a resident of Douglas County. I want to take a moment tonight to raise awareness about the county's rushed home rule initiative and what it could mean for our schools and our community. The county is spending $500,000 of taxpayer money on a special election this June, money that could instead have supported our public schools, our teachers, our student programs that are desperately underfunded. At a time when educators are stretched thin and budgets are tight, this kind of spending deserves scrutiny. Even more concerning is how this whole process has unfolded. The commissioners are pushing through a major change to our county government, drafting a new charter which could shift power from the public with very little transparency or public input. This effort doesn't fill a gap, it raises questions. Why now? Why so fast? And who really benefits? I'm not here to argue politics. I'm here because families, educators, and community members deserve to know what's happening. This initiative feels less like an effort to improve local government and more like a quiet power shift, one that's happening with our money and without our voice. We elect school board members to represent us and focus solely on education, not to have their hands tied down by county-level political agendas. This home rule charter risks changing the balance of local control in a way that could weaken the voice of parents, educators, and the board itself. Thank you for giving me a few minutes to share this. I urge everyone to look into what's really going on with home rule and vote no in June.
Thank you. Bob Marshall, and then Ada Lishka.
He's online asking to unmute.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to Ada, and we'll come back after Ada if he's available. Ada Lishka.
She is not online.
All right, and he still has not responded?
Correct.
All right, we will move to in-person at this time. We'll start with Iko Browning, Kelly Mayer, and David DiCarlo.
Hello, Director, Superintendent. My name is Iko Browning, and I'm a Douglas County resident, a taxpayer, and a Douglas County parent. I've been a parent of kids at El Dorado Elementary for the past 12 years, and I cannot say enough positive things about El Dorado Elementary. I have two ends of the spectrum. So I have a child who has special needs who receives special education through the SSN program, and I also have a child who received additional services through Gifted and Talented. And the beauty of neighborhood schools is they serve all children. I did not appreciate that myself until I had a child with special needs. And I went to high school, I went to private schools until I went to public college and postgraduate education. But I never even thought about kids with special needs because I lived in my own bubble when I was in high school. And as a parent of children with special needs, I have to say that neighborhood schools do the best job of surrounding all the supports and services to help my child with communication and life skills and lead his best possible life. So thank you so much to El Dorado Elementary. We're going to really miss you. My daughter's moving on to Ranch View, and my son is at Thunder Ridge. The other issue that I have, I would like to speak out for no on home rule. So home rule is a charter, and it's not necessarily good or bad. It depends on what's in that charter and who wrote it. And my concerns are, one, commissioners have conflict of interest. They're looking to write their own pay scale, to change their own term limits, to be able to appoint their own buddies to positions like coroner and sheriff. And I believe this is a power grab. And I believe that all county officials should recuse themselves from consideration for this Home Rule Charter Commission because they've got blatant conflict of interest. In addition, I've got concerns about the intersection of potential home rule and school district and land use.
15 seconds remaining.
For people who want to know more about the deep dive, please check out Emily Suyat's podcast, Red County Blue State. It goes into a deep dive about how this land could be diverted to cronies of the commissioners. Please look into this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly Mayer, David DiCarlo, Allison Ridwell.
Good evening, Board Directors. My name is Kelly Mayer. I'm the mom of many former and current DCSD students. Many people here tonight or listening online are still learning about home rule. The commissioners will spend 20 minutes informing the board about home rule, but there will still be a lot of questions voters need to be asking. Why pursue home rule at all? Pitkin and Weld counties are the only two counties in Colorado with county-specific home rule. In both of these cases, home rule was initiated by citizens who were trying to take power back from corrupt county government. But here in Douglas County, home rule is being initiated by the commissioners, who are asking the people to give them even more power. Why the rush? Why did the commissioners announce a special election for June 24th with exactly 91 days' notice to the public? Why are Douglas County voters being given very little time to learn about this change to county governance that was not initiated by the people? Why the cost? Why did the commissioners announce this special election at the cost of $500,000 to Douglas County taxpayers only 4 months after a general election? A ballot question in the last general election would have cost $0 additional dollars, and a ballot question in the next general election will cost $0 additional dollars. Could the timing and the cost be because both Commissioner Layden and Commissioner Teal will be term limited at the end of their current terms? Under home rule, the commissioners will be able to make changes to county election procedures, term limits, and even their own salaries, among other powers. Could those be the motives for the timing and the cost? Please educate yourselves and the community about how home rule could impact the school district.
15 seconds remaining.
I am voting no on home rule.
Thank you, David DiCarlo, Allison Ridwell, Kathy Leese.
Good evening. Good evening. Dave DiCarlo, Highlands Ranch. My kids are all grown. So I can answer a lot of these questions, but I wanted to thank you guys for having the presentation tonight because there's too much misinformation out there, first of all. The first thing I'd like to say is, yes, the timeline is statutory, and by holding it this year, we have one election on the 24th of June and the other one that coincides with this fall's election, so it's not going to cost $500,000. We already have that election. So that's not completely true. It's beyond me. I've interviewed 25 of the different candidates on behalf of the Republican Party for endorsements. Not a one of them will be extending term limits, extending pay, or having touching any of that. That's not what this is about. What this is about is, are we Douglas County or Denver County? Why this year? Because every year more garbage rolls out of the state limiting our freedoms and rights. And we've had it. And this is going to give us the standing to push back. This allows us to get into court. We can't even get into court when we're a statutory county because you're suing yourself. It's a diode. It's one way. The state can sue us for not complying, but we can't sue them for passing laws that violate our constitutional rights. We have no standing. So, Highlands Ranch and Sterling Ranch were brought up. Right now, when your neighbor subdivides their house, they can move into up to 32 people into it as an ADU. You have no way of pushing back. You're worried about what's going to happen with the land for the school in the area. How about when your neighbor becomes a Section 8 housing and what that does to your property value? But see, this isn't being explained. That's a Denver value, not a Douglas County value. Anybody that shops in the 470 corridor knows what's happened, the change. Been to Harbor Freight, nearly run over by people running out, stealing things. That's the exportation of crime from the counties to the north. We need to stand the line, learn what's actually happening.
Allison Ridwell, Catherine Lees, Michael Lees.
I have to find it. There it is. All right. Okay. My name is Allison Ridwell, and since it seems important to some tonight to trot out all of our extras, I am a parent of 5, including a severely special needs child and a trans child. I've come here today to say thank you. I don't know if you guys hear that enough. So thank you first for having the forethought to have conversations about home rule and how it might or might not affect the school system. Thank you for the true understanding that if people want to be angry about the process of home rule, they need a time machine to go complain to the 1970s state legislature who put it in place over 50 years ago. I'd like to also tangent just a bit and say thank you for understanding that declining enrollment across this very large district does not mean every neighborhood has an aging population. And most importantly, I'd like to say thank you for being smart enough to understand that charter schools are public schools, with all of the choice and vibrancy that entails.
Thank you. Catherine Lees, Michael Lees, Amy Winju.
Greetings, President Williams and directors. My name is Kathy Lees. I'm a 30-year resident of Douglas County. I'm speaking on behalf of Stop the Power Grab. Tonight, school board directors have dedicated 40 minutes to listening to candidates for an upcoming election and ballot initiative that is 28 days away. Stop the Power Grab has requested equal time to speak to express our grave concerns about this ballot initiative and the possible impacts to DCSD and our community. We look forward to receiving an invitation from the board for the June 10th meeting. In a talk to a conservative group a couple of weeks ago, Commissioner Teal said, "There's a capability when it comes to how land is dedicated to schools." I'll tell you right now, the vast majority of land in unincorporated Douglas County that is dedicated to the schools, it's dedicated for public use. Those are the words. It doesn't say school, it says public use. You can change that to where it actually has to be the schools. We can do a number of things when it comes to that land dedication piece and put it into the charter. Since the BOCC has not made themselves available to general public to ask questions, we have the following. Is it the Commission's intention to write a charter in such a way that it takes land set aside for DCSD and use it for other non-DCSD schools and other public uses? Several times the commissioners and county attorney have spoken about the lawsuits when they do things that don't progress their ways. Would the home rule allow the county to sue the school district if they are unable to get the land changes they want? Since the commissioners are not allowing public to ask them questions, I'm asking you to. I would also like to know why an officer of the GOP county party has answers to all these questions, yet the BOCC refuses to meet with Democrats, unaffiliateds, and libertarians. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Lees, Amy Winju, Jen Iverson.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Michael Lees, and I've been a longtime Douglas County resident with children in DCSD. I felt obligated to speak tonight after seeing the commissioners on the agenda to talk about home rule. I'm worried about how home rule could impact our schools. While education isn't directly governed by the county, home rule could shift priorities and/or resources in ways that ultimately affect students and families. Only 2 counties in Colorado, Weld and Pitkin, have adopted home rule. And in both cases, it was initiated by the residents. Douglas County's process is different. Here, home rule was initiated by the sitting commissioners, and now all 3 commissioners are running as at-large candidates for the Charter Commission. That's not just unusual, it's a conflict of interest. Is this initiative truly for the benefit of the community or for the benefit of those already in power? Weld County held over 40 public meetings across 7 months. Douglas County is offering just 1 town hall before a rushed special election. That's not enough time or transparency for a change this significant. And once a home rule charter is adopted, it's permanent. Changing or even reversing it later is extremely difficult. Whether or not you support home rule, we should all be concerned about a process that concentrates more power in the hands of those already in office with minimal public input. I'm voting no on home rule, and if it
15
passes,
seconds remaining.
I'm running to represent District 3 to make sure residents have a citizens first voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Winju, Jennifer Iverson, Julie Gooden.
Good evening, Board, and thank you for all that you're doing. I want to thank you guys for giving the opportunity for the commissioners to come speak tonight. What a lot of people don't realize is that their local governments in Douglas County collaborate. It's called the Douglas County Partnership. Yes, there are land deals. Yes, there are agreements. Just about in January, the school board sold land back to Castle Rock. That's how this works. But what I want to talk about this evening is home rule. Colorado is just one of 6 states in the nation that has home rule. Article 14, Section 16 of our state's constitution grants our counties the ability to adopt home rule. And no, the commissioners don't have the final say what's in it. We, the people, do when it's voted on. In Colorado, over 100 cities and towns have home rule, to include every single city in Douglas County. But I'd like to talk about something else. Susan Meek, Valerie Thompson, and Brad Geiger have really spoken about how they don't like politics being brought up in the school board. I have noticed this evening that Douglas County Democrat Party activist spoke out. Susan Meek is a candidate on the Home Rule Charter and is a member of the Douglas County Party. Valerie Thompson will be speaking at a Douglas County Democrat Party event. About 4 days ago, Director Mike Geiger, who's also a part of Douglas County Democratic Party, put out on his Facebook page that the board will be speaking about home rule. What these 3 people are doing is bringing politics and activism into the school board and our community. I find it very unbecoming. Thank you, and please vote yes. It's really for the betterment of our people.
Jennifer Iverson, Julie Gooden, Brianna Ranger.
Good evening. I am speaking on behalf of Douglas County parents, To avoid any misunderstandings, let's clarify what county home rule actually provides. Many people, including some commissioners, incorrectly assume county home rule grants the same broad powers as municipal home rule. It does not. According to Colorado's Attorney General's office, county home rule has not been found to be an expansive source of powers and cannot override state laws. Unlike municipal home rule, counties have no protection for matters of local concern. State law takes precedent. Just last year, Weld County learned this the hard way when the Colorado Supreme Court rejected their home rule argument and forced compliance with state redistricting laws. Why should this alarm every parent and taxpayer? County Commissioner Teal has touted that home rule dramatically expands county authority over land use and zoning. These powers that will directly threaten our schools. Commissioners could seize control of land that has always and should always be under the purview of Douglas County school districts and redirect it toward their own pet projects. This isn't speculation, it's exactly what home rule permits. Commissioners would gain unprecedented power to determine where residential development occurs, manipulate enrollment patterns, and control whether adequate land remains available for desperately needed new public schools. Tonight's meeting perfectly illustrates our
15 seconds
concerns.
remaining.
Director Williams invited a commissioner to speak promoting home rule while not inviting opposition voices. This continued lack of leadership by Director Williams, allowing a one-sided presentation, previews how home rule could enable political manipulation.
Thank you. Julie Gooden, Brianna Ranger.
I got older. I need glasses. Thank you for having me, guys. Good evening, board members. For those watching, my name is Julie Gooden, and I am the chair of the District Accountability Committee. I am here tonight to respectfully ask for your partnership in making DAC meetings more accessible to the families and school accountability committees we serve throughout the district by recording and/or live streaming our meetings. For over 3 years, I've had the privilege of serving on DAC, and during that time, we've consistently heard one message from our SAC representatives. Many families and SAC members want to engage with DAC but aren't able to due to scheduling and accessibility barriers. This fall, DAC sent out a survey to SACs across the district. Of the 59 schools that responded, nearly half reported that they do not have representatives attending DAC meetings, and among those, 42% cited time or scheduling conflicts as the reason. That means approximately a quarter or more of our schools are struggling to access a key channel of district-level engagement. As a committee, we are working hard to bridge the gap. We now send top 5 post-meeting bullet summaries to SACs to share timely and relevant updates prior to the meeting minutes being approved. We've offered to visit SAC meetings directly to better understand their needs and how we can support them, but we've reached a limit. We can't meaningfully solve this problem and challenge without your help. Colorado statute tasks DAC with increasing parent engagement, particularly for underrepresented populations. Yet year after year, our SACs continue to tell us the same thing. They need meetings to be streamed or recorded to meaningfully participate. DAC does not have the authority or resources to make this happen, but you do. So tonight, I come to you not with a complaint, but with a request for partnership. Help us fulfill our statutory duty to increase parent engagement with authenticity and intention. Provide DAC with the support needed to ensure our meetings are accessible to all who want to be involved. Thank you for your time and for your ongoing commitment to supporting parent voice in our district.
15 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Brianna Ranger.
Good evening, members of the board. I'd like to take a moment to express deep appreciation for the incredible collaboration that has taken place over the past few months. First, thank you to Allison Rausch, Director of Government Affairs, for an amazing year with Leaders for Douglas County Schools. Your leadership and commitment to connecting parents and district leaders have truly made a difference and inspired me to get more involved. I also want to thank Deputy Superintendent Danelle Hyatt, Executive Director of SPED Liza Meyer, and Director of GT Natasha Strayer for your openness, your willingness to be vulnerable, and for truly listening to the voices of parents like myself, parents of twice exceptional students. Your dedication to hearing us out and engaging in honest dialogue has created meaningful momentum toward change. I'm excited about the work ahead, especially the formation of a new 2E Parent Advisory Committee on the horizon, which will further support our shared goal of equity and inclusion for all students, especially our twice exceptional students. But the work doesn't stop here. As we move into the summer, I hope this important progress continues. Our teachers and administrators need continued training and deeper understanding of twice exceptional learners so they can better support the unique needs of these students in every classroom. Lastly, to quickly speak on the charter request to expand, I implore you to think about which schools actually address twice exceptional students in their presentation. Only one of them did, STEM school. Thank you for your partnership and continued commitment to all learners in our district.
Thank you. All right, that concludes public comment. Moving into the adoption of consent agenda. Do I have a motion concerning items 11 through 18?
I move to adopt the consent agenda, including items 11 through 18.
Second. Motion by Geiger, second by Meek. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams? Aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. Moving into the approval of minutes, the recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the minutes from the regular meeting held on May 6th. Do I have a motion to approve those meeting minutes?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Moore, second by Geiger. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Great. Passes 7-0. Moving into our first study action item is the approval of school capacity and boundary analysis recommendation for a 10-minute presentation and a 15-minute Q&A.
Okay. My name is Siobhan Caldwell. I'm the planning manager for the district. I am here tonight as a follow-up to the March 4th meeting when staff briefed the board on a recommended outreach and engagement plan with those affected by a potential boundary change in the McCanta subdivision. What I'm going to give tonight is a recap of what was reviewed at that meeting, followed up by a summary of the outreach and engagement that we've done and the feedback we received. We do have a staff recommendation tonight that we're asking the board to consider and take action on. You've seen this slide before. This is just to highlight the history and context of the SCUBA effort. So in summary, this is an initiative that started in 2019 when staff, the LRPC, and the district's demographic consultant noticed some pockets of overcrowding in the district and a need to provide seats and plan for growth and capacity needs. So since then, we've done some pretty extensive work to accommodate the growth coming out of the Sterling Ranch and Solstice developments, the canyons of Castle Pines, east and southeast Castle Rock area, and then growth along the Crowfoot Valley Road corridor, which is what we'll be looking at tonight. This slide is just to ensure that we are clearly communicating and highlighting the history of this area. We want to be perfectly clear that this area has been through some changes and some past boundary adjustments and reassignments already. So pre-2020, this area was initially assigned to Castle Rock schools, the schools of Sage Canyon Elementary, Mesa Middle School, and Douglas County High School. At that time, Sage Canyon Elementary their capacity had exceeded all available seats, including available seats in portable classrooms. And an urgent boundary change and reconfiguration of sixth grade was recommended effective in the 2020 year for the reconfiguration and the 2021-2022 school year for reassignment to Parker area schools of Legacy Point, Sagewood Middle School, and then Ponderosa High School. This is a map showing the area proposed for reboundary and under consideration tonight. The green areas of the map are currently assigned to Sage Canyon Elementary, Mesa Middle School, and Douglas County High School. That northeastern portion of the McCanta subdivision, which is the area outlined in red, that was adopted for reassignment to Castle Rock, those Castle Rock area schools, May 2024 of last year, what we were referring to as phase 1 of this effort. So the area being considered tonight is that area in pink, again, currently assigned to Legacy Point, Sagewood, and Ponderosa High School. It's just a zoomed out map, just to look a little bit more at the area zoomed out. And then just a restatement of the problem statement, why staff is recommending looking at the feasibility of this reassignment. We are currently anticipating that Legacy Point will be at 137% of its facility capacity in 5 years. It is currently over capacity, over its facility capacity as we speak right now this school year. And concurrently, we're forecasting available seats and room at Sage Canyon Elementary. So not only within the 5-year forecast, but through the full build out of all the residential development in that attendance area. And then we also, I'm going to highlight or go over in a couple more slides. There are some chronic transportation issues that we're experiencing in this area that we believe could be resolved with this change. So this is just to give context of the growth in this area that we're trying to accommodate. This is a summary of all the entitled housing units in this area. So there's about 5,800 homes that have been approved or entitled or zoned for this area. And we're about 24% built out when you account for the McCanta subdivision and Anthology North and Anthology South, which, as you know, includes Tantera, Looking Glass, and Trails at Crowfoot. This is a review of what is the current capacity, facility capacity, and projected school capacity, and some of the work that we have done to continue to provide seats at Legacy Point Elementary. So you can see that in 2020, areas were taken out of the Legacy Point Elementary attendance area and reassigned to Mountain View and Northeast. We continue to work on our strategy to overflow areas west of Chamber, developing areas west of Chambers to Gold Rush Elementary as needed. And then we continue to partner with Lehman Bayou Gulch to annually weight their lottery by geography as needed. This is a summary of the transportation efficiencies that we believe could be achieved with this change. So we have 4 routes currently servicing this area, 2 servicing the McCanta area, 2 to Legacy Point, Sagewood, and Ponderosa High School, and then 2 to those Castle Rock area schools. There's no current riders on the Douglas County High School route, so we are not running that, but we would be if there were riders. So 5 total routes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that we believe if the boundary change were approved, the efficiencies that we could achieve is we could shorten that Legacy Point elementary route from about 1 hour and 15 to 45 minutes. And then we can consolidate and tier those routes in a way that we would eliminate or save 1 net route. And then you'll see that the future route needed to Gold Rush Elementary, when those houses start building out, is accounted for here as well. Here's a recap of the timeline that was presented at the March meeting. So again, we briefed the board on staff's recommendation and the reasons why, and we have been using the last few months to reach out to our stakeholders. This was a multi-department effort, so we worked with a lot of DCSD staff to vet these options. And then who we tried to reach, or who we reached with this effort, were all residents of McCanta, with special consideration and additional targeted outreach to DCSD households, of course, particularly those with a student currently enrolled at Legacy Point, Sagewood, or Ponderosa High School. This is a snapshot of the total students and households that would be affected by this boundary change. So there's 235 total DCSD PK-12 students currently residing within the project area. It's 163 households with those students, with the majority being in PK through 5 grade levels. There's a lot of information on the slide, so I'll walk through it. So this slide is a breakdown of all those 258 students by their school level and their current school of attendance. So there on the left axis, you'll see their school level, grade level. So the grade level served at those schools proposed for reassignment. The dark blue is the total that are already attending Legacy Point, Sagewood, or Ponderosa. The medium blue are those already at the target schools, so attending Sage Canyon, Mesa Middle School, or Douglas County High School. The light blue are those currently attending some other DCSD school, so I believe the majority of these were Renaissance magnet school students. And then the totals in the gray are those attending DCSD charters. So we consider about a quarter of these households and students directly impacted, meaning that they are the ones currently attending our Parker area schools that we are asking, how do you feel about this change? And of those students, 19 total, 19 is the most at any time utilized DCSD transportation over the last school year. This is a recap of the proposed change and how it was communicated to stakeholders during outreach and engagement. So as proposed, what we asked stakeholders to consider was reassignment of all households from those Parker area schools to Castle Rock area schools effective the 26-27 school year. So if approved, we made clear that This change would not be asking or mandating any students to change their enrollment. They are welcome to stay at those Parker area schools throughout the rest of their educational career. What we did ask them to consider is getting themselves there, transporting themselves there. So what we did offer and vet with the stakeholders as part of this proposal was that we could provide 1 year of legacy transportation to those students wishing to remain at Legacy Point, Sagewood, or Ponderosa for the 1 year following the boundary change. And any open enrollment requests for students and households in the project area would be given first priority as per DCSD or per district policy. And that's to any district-operated school, just to be clear, not charters. Here's a summary of the outreach and engagement that we did. We presented at multiple various SACs and PTO meetings at the current schools assigned and the target schools for assignment. We held 3 virtual info sessions for Macanta developers and builders. The principals at Legacy Point and Sage Canyon Elementary held a meeting just for those affected families where they provided information and gave a tour of Sage Canyon Elementary, which was really cool. And we held 2 public meetings open to anybody that wanted to attend, 1 in-person meeting and 1 virtual. And then we did monthly briefings to the Long Range Planning Committee. And at their most recent May meeting, they did unanimously approve and recommend that that the board consider staff's recommendation as proposed tonight. We also released a survey as part of this effort. We had 49 respondents. We asked 3 basic questions. We asked do you support the change and why? If you do or don't, why? If the reboundary were to be approved, would you go to the Castle Rock area schools? How important is transportation or DCSD eligibility for transportation in making that decision and why? And then specifically to those attending Legacy Point, Sagewood, and Ponderosa, we asked, would that 1 year of transitional service be helpful and in what way? So this is a summary of the 49 respondents and their support for the proposal. It's broken out by the feeder school. So those in the PHS column are currently attending Legacy Point, Sagewood, or Ponderosa. We had 19 total opposed to the change. They were all attending those Parker area schools, and 24 either agreed with the change or neither agreed nor disagreed with the change. And 11 of those were attending Parker area schools. Some of the reasons why are on the side there. So those opposing the proposed reassignment cited disruption, inconsistency, and stability that the boundary change and reassignment presented to them and their families. There was a theme of these families are established in the Parker community. They do all their activities and they live in the Parker community. And this would be a big change and pull away from those non-DCSD activities that they're invested in the Parker community. Transportation issues and logistics was also a prevalent theme. So this change is, represents a major issue in terms of our household logistics and getting to school. And then poor district planning and process. And what was referenced there and what that's in reference to is the multiple changes that this community has seen and is being asked to consider. Those in support of the proposed reassignment said, we live, we work, we play in Castle Rock. We should go to school in Castle Rock. They cited proximity and convenience of Castle Rock schools as a bonus and something that they wish to access. And they also stated they are established and they have their routine and they have all their activities and their clubs in the Castle Rock community, and they would like to go to school in the Castle Rock community. And then they also cited a course correct from the 2021 decision as a reason for supporting this, that decision should have never been made in the first place, and this is their preferred school assignment. Those that stated they neither agreed nor disagreed stated that school choice is what's important here, and the enrollment choice we are offering makes this not an important decision to them. And then, or they don't need any transportation. So they don't care about this boundary change. They're going to choose the school they want, and they have no need for transportation. So this chart, also showing a lot of information. It is broken down by the feeder of the resident student or guardian parent. So those that going to Ponderosa High School feeder schools, those going to the targeted Castle Rock area schools, and those going to some other district operated, some other, that includes charter schools as well. The dark blue totals represent, so then it's also broken down by if they would go or stay at their current school of assignment should this boundary change be adopted. The totals in the light blue, dark blue, and medium blue represent if transportation was important to them or not. Dark blue indicates transportation is very important to them. Medium blue indicates transportation is only moderately important. And light blue indicates those that said transportation is not important in this decision. So there's some totals there that you see. Some of the reasons cited for transportation being important to these folks were that it's a critical service. They rely on it. Both parents work or they have a single parent in the household and they need this service. They also cited and made note that other public transportations are not available. And multiple child scheduling and household conflicts was another reason. Those that stated that DCSD transportation was not important in this decision said they don't use DCSD transportation anyways. They cited the 1+ hour bus ride as a reason for that, inconsistent service, or they were a DCSD employee or had a student driver in the house. And those that said it's, moderately important, they said this would be nice to have, but we'll make it work. The school choice is really what's important to us here. So specifically from those 16 wanting to stay at Parker area schools and stating that transportation was important to them in order to do this, we asked would 1 year of legacy service be helpful to them? And we had a total of 12 that said yes and 4 that said no. The additional feedback that we captured was via email. We had 4 responses come into we had a dedicated email address for this effort. And then we had 7 attendees at the virtual public meeting. And a summary of their feedback is stated there. In general, in summary, those that attended or wrote to us on the dedicated email address were opposed to the change, stating too much change in a short period of time, the need for transportation as options, or as reasons for opposing the change. So this is just a final recap of what staff's recommendation is. Going back to the justification and the reasons why we looked at this, we still are recommending adoption of the reassignment as proposed, effective the 26-27 school year, providing 1 year of legacy transportation to those that would like to remain at Parker area schools for the 26-27 school year. For filings 1A, amendments 1-3 in Canyon South, McCanta subdivision. And with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the thoroughness, and all the feedback was very helpful for me. Director Geiger.
Thank you, Ms. Caldwell. I would echo that. Not the first time I've seen this presentation, although the feedback's excellent. And I want to thank you for how well the district has kept the Long Range Planning Committee involved and their feedback as well. The reality is, if we do this, we're doing it over the objection of the majority of the people who live there. Short version.
The majority of the people that took the survey that we received feedback from.
And how does that compare to the majority of the identified students still? What percentage did we get feedback from?
So there was 163 total DCSD households. The survey was open to everybody, but that's who we were really trying to reach. So 49 responses would be a 28% response rate, which is pretty decent. And then, yes, the major engagement we had was at the SAC and PTO meetings and that virtual public meeting that was held, and the email that we received.
So fair to say, the majority didn't choose to firmly respond.
I would say that.
Okay.
I would agree.
All right.
And I don't know if I noted, so all 250 plus students, 163 DCSD households, actually every household within the proposed project area was notified by email and mail 3 times so far. So, and they will be notified again following the board's decision with follow-up actions and what the decision was tonight.
You presaged my next question. I want to say that I think the outreach here has been as extraordinary as it can be. You cannot force people to respond. You can give people every opportunity to. Just off the top of your head, how far is it from Legacy Point to Sage Canyon?
Miles, or I just,
Trent,
what
I
we
don't
did,
care about
what we-
miles.
yeah.
Nobody flies a crow to school.
What we did look at was transportation
Yes.
routes, and it on the website, what we cite is that it's about a 30-minute shave-off time to Sage Canyon as opposed to Legacy Point, and then Mesa Middle School and Douglas County High School, that's about 15 minutes quicker that you could get there from the McCanta development than to Sagewood or Ponderosa High School.
So for most people, it appears that a significant portion of these people do their own transportation. For most of them, transportation-wise for themselves is going to be a faster trip.
Correct, that would be correct, yeah, if they attend their assigned neighborhood school.
When will we know about the likelihood or possibility of the one-year transition? I mean, I understand we don't know how many bus drivers are going to have tomorrow, but when is a reasonable time for us to be able to address that with some certainty?
So I might have to let Rich Cosgrove state the time frame, but just to clarify, the changes proposed, all these riders would be eligible still for service. Their eligibility is what's being promised. It's the pending driver availability, as all DCSD routes are pending. That is the wild card there.
So thank you for the question. We already provide this one additional route. We're running that now. And
That's from the legacy from the 21 decision?
No.
Okay.
This is the current hour and 15-minute route to and from McCanta to Legacy Point, as well as the other route to Sagewood and Pondo. So that is in our plan now. And right now, to put it in perspective, since we started the rolling blackout in August 2 years ago, we've added 9 routes for growth. We've restored 12 routes. So we are making progress. That's in the last 2 years. We typically have 4 driver training cohorts a year, anywhere from 9 to 12 applicants per cohort, and we balance that, of course, with the retirements. So we are making progress every quarter by restoring routes.
And I see Mr. Mosier sitting in the front row, so this may be a question for him. There is still space at Lehman Bio Gulch, am I correct?
Thank you. Yes, they are, they have a lot of room there. Yes.
So if some parents did not want to go on to Sage Canyon, there would be a charter school option still available, and I believe that's probably closer to some of them. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And any other charter school as well, and any other neighborhood school as an open enrollment option.
All right. I just want to say, and this is not a question, it's a comment. We're going to deal with this until we have a consistent long-term evaluation of the boundaries throughout the district. Now, that's not a project that anybody looks forward to doing, but to have to change in 21, and I was part of that as on LRPC, and I think some members of this board were here for that decision, to having to do that immediately, and now have to change back because of rather predictable growth. I understand people frustrated with that. I really do, and to the families there, it's like, where are we going to school? It's not the best way to do long-range planning. But we also have to deal with the reality of the numbers that we have here, and I appreciate that you've given us those, and I appreciate the outreach that the district has done. I think it's been everything we could ask for, and I think it's probably going to be a model for more stuff we're going to have to do.
Director Weiniger.
Yes, agreed. Thank you for all the feedback you've gathered and trying to make sure the community is informed around this. Back to that survey where a lot disagreed with the decision. I feel like probably a decision like this would have a lot of disagreement naturally. So I was just wondering if you have any information on past reboundary that's gone on, what those surveys have looked like. Has it looked similar? Is this one better or worse? Or if you know that question or answer at all.
Sure. So this is this is the first reboundary that I know of that has actually been affecting, that hasn't been SLIP, so the streamlined limited impact process, where it's less than 10 households, and we've offered legacy transportation, or even before that, indefinite transportation to those handful of households that were impacted. The only other boundary change that I am aware of in the last decade, similar to this, was to provide relief at Prairie Crossing. I believe back in 2020, 2021, that timeframe. And no legacy transportation was offered to those wanting to stay at their former school assignment. So I do think that we are doing more than we did previously with that reassignment. We are trying to find some common ground and a compromise to help these families with their transportation needs as much as possible.
Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just for perspective, so 19 families were upset out of the 165 households that the staff communicated with. And we certainly want to have a better eye on making boundaries that make sense. You know, having just gone what we went through in Highlands Ranch, there were certainly a lot of boundaries in Highlands Ranch that did not make any sense that we have had to try to clean up. And yet this situation is a perfect illustration of how we got into that situation in Highlands Ranch. Just not being able to stay ahead of growth is a significant challenge for our district. But hopefully, as we go into the future, we can work with our community to be able to stay ahead of growth instead of always reacting to it based on available seats in elementary schools. Thank you.
Director Meek.
Thank you for the presentation. I think this is a higher level. Are there other boundary changes that we're looking at to the future? I'm just wondering, are there other scenarios that we should be getting ahead of?
Well, the majority of what we've been working on will be addressed with the 2027 opening of elementary school 50 and 51. So that's, the Sterling Ranch and Solstice area and the Northeast I-25 corridor are big areas of growth that we have been looking at. We do have a strategy that's, boundary related, and that's new construction, and that's recommended in the master capital plan. So I would consider that to be the long-term strategy for those remaining areas of growth along the Crowfoot Valley corridor and southeast East Castle Rock. But yes, I do acknowledge and recognize that there is a need for a comprehensive district-wide boundary strategy, and we have that on our to-do list in the planning department. So,
Director Thompson.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple clarifying questions. What part in the process was the survey conducted?
Sure. So we posted the survey immediately following the March 4th presentation on the project website, and then sent out a notification to all DCSD households via email and mail, and then to all households in the project area with no DCSD student just by mail with a link to the survey. So we try to get respondents that way through direct notification. We communicated it out via the SACs and the PTO's communication channels, so asked them to put it on their social media, send it out to all their members. We asked the principals to communicate it out through their newsletters and communication with their students and parents. And then through the LRPC helped a lot with their connections in the community, promoting the survey. So we did promote it a lot, unfortunately. 49 responses, though.
Okay. Was it, I'm just curious, was it before or after the community meetings, like being at the SACs, the principal meetings?
Yeah, it was open the entire time. So opened immediately following the March 4th, and it's still open, actually.
Thank you. And then there was mention of the 1 hour plus bus ride. So with this change, what would that transportation look like?
It would be cut down to 45 minutes. So that route would go from 1 hour and 15 minutes to 45 minutes if it no longer serviced the Macanta area.
And that's just one-way route?
That is one way, correct. Length.
A lot of bus time. Okay. And then, oh, you got that one already when you were presenting. My last question was just around how many emails did you receive?
We received 4. Well, we received more than that, 4 individuals. Some of them submitted multiple emails, but 4 individuals stated on the proposed change via email.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right. Well, with that, do I have a motion concerning the school capacity and boundary analysis?
I move that we adopt the school capacity and boundary analysis and move forward with the rebounding as previously discussed.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Yes.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, moving into item 21 is our recess. We will take a recess until 7:25. All right, the meeting of the board is back in session where we will move on to item 22, the board decision concerning charter school application submitted by Lehman Academy of Excellence.
Thank you, board. Thank you, superintendent, staff. My name is Gordon Mosier. I'm the Executive Director of Schools for Choice Programming. Go through some things that you've probably already seen before, but I always like to refresh the process and speak those through as we go through these presentations on an annual basis. So in alignment with Colorado statute, local board of education is required to receive and to review all applications from charter schools. We have that obligation by state law. If the local board of education does not review an application, then it is deemed to have denied that application, and that is a statute here in Colorado. So we welcome high-quality charter applications on an annual basis between February 1st and April 1st on an annual basis. That's our application cycle. We welcome those applications because it will add student and parent choice and increase the diversity of educational offerings in the district. We have 3 applications, and again, I'm not going to repeat all these slides each time. I'm doing it as a pre-little discussion first, and then we'll just do the recommendations that come from staff as we go. We have 3 applications this time, 2 replications, and again, I want to give a little clarity on the definitions of things in our policy in LBDR 1. So we have a number of ways that a school can apply to the district. There's a new application, which is we do have one of those, and I'll explain that in here in a second. We have an expansion. An expansion in our policy, your policy, is that it can do its various levels, but it all centers on one address. So that address of where that school currently is. So it's physically located on one address. By policy, if that school wants to, because they want to add another level to the school, let's say they're a K-8 school, they want to double the size of the building and put a second story on and make it twice as big as a K-8. They're already approved by you as a K-8 school. They're at that location. They build another story on to double their enrollment. The law is clear that we cannot cap the enrollment of that charter school, okay? So they can expand that building to meet those levels. Second level of expansion would be that if they are, again, on that one physical location, they have that address, that's where their charter contract is today, but let's say they're a K-5 school and they want to add grade 6, 7, 8. That's an expansion of grade levels, okay? On the current physical address, we're going to add building space, while also we have to add grades because of the student population we have. That's an expansion application where that would go through, and we have that process. That's similar to what Global Village did earlier this year. They were expanding grade levels back. That school was originally approved as a K-8. Because of challenges early on, they dropped down to a K-5. They expanded back up through an application that was an expansion. So a replication is same physical copy. I'm going to copy this K-8 school from this one location to a different location. I'm going to move this exact copy. This is Lehman Academy's application that was approved 3 years ago. We've already got a K-8. You've already approved us. We're going to take that exact same programming, that exact same everything, and we're going to move it over there, okay? Now, a new school, which we do have 2 of those replications. We have STEM and Lehman. Lehman, that we're going to talk to in just a second, is an exact copy. Moving to a new location, that's a replication. We also have a school that we'll talk about when we get to later on with Renaissance. That school is, again, they're currently a 6-12 on one location. There's a number of elements in their application, and I want to be clear that there's a portion in there that talks about a gym expansion. That falls under the first thing that I talked about. That's their building on the land that they already have. If they want to expand the gym, totally fine. They can expand that gym out. They don't even have to come to you for approval on that process. They can expand that building out and do that, okay? So they have that. That is not part of this application. Because it's, again, they're not currently a elementary program school, and they're not adding onto their current building to do it. It's not an expansion. It's a new school. They're going to a new location with new grade levels. By definition of our policy, that's a new school. Okay, so I just want to be clear on the 3 different ways that wording can be confusing sometimes, and hopefully that's clear as crystal and not mud Just a little bit. So we do have those three that we'll go through, and I'll be free to answer questions as you have those. All applications have submitted their application for review. They did meet those deadlines. They participated in a capacity interview where we had, we'll talk about the different representatives there, all go through a process for a capacity interview where we follow up on the information they submit and judge again in the capacity, evaluate the capacity of that leadership team to open and run a new school or a replication or an expansion. So those were all presented to the Board of Education at a public hearing on May 6th. The applicants all were able to give you an overview of their application of the school proposals. And also we have all of those applications attached in the board docs. Those are all there along with all of the expanded reasons behind the staff recommendations we're going to make for you today. Again, they're all reviewed in alignment with the CRS, the components of the application. You can see here, these are all of the components that are reviewed. Some of the applications, again, that replication, you're going to see a little bit less information needed in some areas. Let's say, because again, let's look at the two different types of applications we have. We're already doing pre-K-8. We're just taking that and moving it. And they can say in there, we're going to do the same educational program. You've already approved that. This is what we're doing. Now, if it's something we don't have already, let's say a 6-12, we've never seen them do a pre-K-5, then we're going to want more of an explanation. How are you going to do that? What are you going to use? How are you going to meet your educational goals? What is your staffing going to look like? All those questions then play in. So you're going to see a little bit more detail in a new application than you are on a replication application. But all these elements are common and go through. So April 1st, we did receive the applications. That means when we get those, the CART team is assembled. The executive director of schools met with the full DAC for feedback. All DAC members did receive a full application. They received all of the applications, and I attended a DAC meeting to receive feedback and questions that I brought back to CART after that. Capacity interviews were on April 22nd. May 6th, we held our first public hearing. That's the opportunity for the public to present, much the same as you heard tonight in the second public hearing. Presentation of the Board of Education was done at that time. May 14th, the staff recommendation was shared with each applicant. So on May 14th, after taking the CART recommendation to staff recommendation to cabinet, that recommendation was shared back with each applicant, saying in detail, here's what the recommendation will be to the Board of Education. At that time, on May 14th, we gave them until that Friday, I think there's a 17th, at noon, to either let us know, would you like to withdraw your application? And we gave them the full rubric with all of the feedback and said, you can either take this, withdraw your application, and build it again for the future, or would you like to move forward to have the Board of Education rule by resolution? And so they all had that choice to do that. They've all chosen to bring that staff recommendation, knowing what it would be, to you today. Public hearing number 2 was on May 27th, that's today, another public opportunity. And then tonight, we are asking you to rule by resolution and approve or deny those applications as we've received them. Just a little bit of, again, where we are, and this graphic kind of explains it. As you can see, it's a funnel. We start with a pretty wide group of people reviewing these applications. I want to brag a little bit on our charter application review team here in Douglas County. There's a lot of districts where they don't have the expertise or the availability of staff that we do. And I want to thank Cabinet for allowing many high-level members of their teams to be available for a couple of days to do the capacity interviews, to review the applications, and then to also meet for a full staff recommendation. There's not a lot of districts that have directors of departments and multiple planning members, and we employ an outside independent reviewer. We have a pretty robust team that meets to do these and goes through very objectively and in alignment with our current processes and in alignment with the state law to evaluate the ability of that school to operate that new school as they move forward. So you can see DAC, FOC, and LRPC were all involved in that. Those members discuss the comments. Everything is shared. Everything is open. One new layer. So we did have, after the recommendations were given to To the applicants, we did have another follow-up meeting with the superintendent and with all CART membership to make them all aware of the recommendation that would be moving forward from staff as well. So that was something else we added in this year, so everyone is all in the loop and everyone knows exactly what the recommendations will be. So the first recommendation, again, is for Lehman Academy of Excellence. This would be a replication because it's an exact copy of the two schools that they operate already, one on Stroh Road and one on Bayou Gulch, taking an exact copy of that and moving it into a new location to have another campus operating the same, with the same grade levels, with the same educational philosophy. I want to highlight that in the board docs, there's a lot of more detail for the staff recommendations. There's many more points there, but the points that I'm going to give today are the ones that are the overarching staff recommendation, and those are the ones that were developed by staff, and you'll see those in the resolution as well. So the staff recommendation for Lehman Academy of Excellence is to deny that replication application. And the major bases for that recommendation are that there were no verifiable letters of intent submitted. There was no verification there's sufficient evidence of demand for that replication. There was not a school location that had been selected. The facilities plan no facilities plan was submitted with the application. And again, we've stated openly that an application would be welcome in the future when the demonstration of demand has been established. That was the feedback given to that team. So I will now open up for any questions or discussion.
Director Myers.
More like a comment, a couple of concerns. I think we were reminded tonight during public comment that one of our public commenters reminded us that charter schools are public schools. And what I'm asking is, it was mentioned at the last meeting, I mentioned it at the last meeting about maybe reaching out to these communities. Crystal Valley, Canyons, I mean, the need for how desperate are they for a school? Because just as one board member, I'm just kind of thinking how difficult it was to get a bond passed in this district. So let's say we get a bond passed in the next 3 years. We're looking at what, a 3 year build time? So we could possibly be looking at a 6 to 8 years before we do get a neighborhood school in. And I just wonder if reaching out to the community would help to ask if they want. I mean, I know we could wait till next year. They can reapply next year, get their letters of intent. But from what my understanding, and especially in the with Lehman, is I know they had delayed opening, but I think a lot of that has changed since 2020. And so construction's not as it used to be. Our contractors, all of our different, nobody is getting anything done on time, building in any kind of homes, multifamily, whatever. So I wonder if there's a part where we need to, and Gordon, I don't know if changing the CART system or taking a look, because I think it's difficult to forecast if they did have an extension, to forecast that in 3 years they would have letters of intent. So much can change in 3 years. So I guess what I'm asking and looking at, like I did the last time, and I know that was short notice, it just came on me, that reaching out to these communities to hear what, are they actually opposed to maybe a charter school coming in, if that's possibly the only thing that might be in there in the next 6 to 8 years?
Thank you for that question, Director Myers. A couple of things. A neighborhood school in Crystal Valley is in our master capital plan. It is in the 6 to 10 year part of our master capital plan, and the master capital plan is revised every year based on projections. So it's not in the 1 to 5, it's in the 6 to 10 year part of the master capital plan. As to a survey, It is, and speaking as someone who founded and replicated charter schools, this doing a survey to gauge community interest that's at the onus of the charter school. That is a step that Lehman, for example, could have potentially taken. They could have reached out to Crystal Valley residents to gauge interest in their charter school. That is not something that is on the onus of the district. That's the responsibility of the applicant to show that demand. And to your third question, and again, I can only speak as a charter school founder and replicator myself, but in American Academy's last replication, we had 1,800 letters of interest. We did not have a site picked out. But we had 1,800 letters of interest for an opening 2 or 3 years down the road. So it is, you are able to get those if that community interest is there. It is something that is achievable, and that is what our charter applicants have been doing for a very long time. So I don't know if those things help, but from terms of capacity, that Crystal Valley School is on the 6 to 10 year part of the master capital plan, and should we get closer to the mark where that's becoming something that we need, one of the options that we have, of course, is to pass another bond, and one of the options that we have is to put the elementary school site under an RFP for a charter school at the time when it's needed for capacity. I hope that helps.
Okay, thank you.
I actually have a quick question. I know that we got a lot of memos and such about a contingent offer. But I didn't hear anything about the World Compass. There was about a couple that didn't succeed. But do we have any information about why perhaps we did that with World Compass and how that was successful? I don't know if you know that either.
The team did some research on World Compass, which I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, so I just need a second. World Compass did receive a approval with conditions. I'm sorry, I need a second here. They received an approval with conditions 12 years ago in 2013. We do not have a record of how many letters of intent they had at that time. And so, but they were, that was 12 years ago. Certainly the process in the last decade, again, including my own experience, we always do approvals that have milestones as part of them, but it just depends on the starting place. So if the school is not at a good starting place, that approval with conditions, and it really should be called an approval with conditions rather than a conditional approval. There's a significant difference. An approval with conditions means that we lay out milestones, but if those milestones are not met, you're going through a revocation process. So it really is an approval. It's not a conditional approval, it's an actual approval, which is what has gotten our district in trouble in 2016. We gave an approval with conditions to two schools that were not prepared and did not have the demand to be ready to open, and those both, as like, without being real specific, became incredibly problematic for the school district. That same year in 2016, Renaissance Secondary was approved with 753 letters of intent, and American Academy's replication that I already mentioned was approved with 1,826 letters of intent.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I obviously have personal concerns for having no letters of intent, but just thought I would ask the question. Any other questions for Mr. Mosier? Director Moore.
Yeah, I appreciate all the hard work on behalf of the district, Mr. Mosier, and the superintendent, and all the work you and the staff and the CART team has put into this. And I also appreciate all the hard work from Lehman Academy. I mean, I really do like the Lehman Academy campuses that do exist right now. I want to acknowledge that they were the only of the charters that, at least in the application that I saw, were willing to do center-based programming, which I'm a big fan of, having sat on the board for developmental pathways and and Continuum of Colorado. I'm very cognizant of that need and how the ability to have a local school that assists parents and stuff is a big deal. So I want to acknowledge that I think that's really important. But I also am very concerned of the lack of demand. I don't doubt that there will at some point be demand. Not at all doubt that. I just doubt the timing of the demand, and I'm very concerned about that. And I noticed that they're just a smidge under enrolled at the Bayou Gulch campus, which really isn't that far away from Castle Rock as it stands. And so I think we should consider that, and again, out of fairness, there was a delayed opening of that school, and it's now up and running, and they're starting to click on all cylinders. And I think my personal opinion is maybe we're just a little ahead of where it would fit to approve it as much as I would like to. I do have those concerns. So thank you.
If I could, I also was going to say, and I just missed it when I was going through, but I want to say this objective recommendation is nothing about the current school. The SSN program, that partnership is lovely. The students in the community there support their current schools. They're doing great work for great families at the current schools. This is an objective recommendation based on the application for another campus.
Director Thompson.
Yep, thank you. I just want to echo the sentiments by Director Moore and Gordon as well. Lehman serves the Parker community, serves my community, and they do a great job at serving the community. So I just want to note that, and then I also appreciate the call out of center-based programming in the application. So I know that we've just, their new center is new, and I'm looking forward to seeing how well that pans out. And so, hopefully that will lead to future considerations, but yeah, just want to make sure that I'm making a positive note about Lehman.
Director Myers.
I just have one more question. The memo that we received from Superintendent Kane, Apex, and the other one that we talked about, were they new schools, new applications?
Yes, thank you for that question, Director Myers. They were new applications, that is correct.
So when, and I'm sorry if I don't have the information on this, and you talked about American Academy and Renaissance the first time around, where we were looking at 700 to 800. Is that pretty much what's with our three schools now? We want to look at those numbers coming in for letters of intent.
Yeah, I don't know if there's an exact number,
Yeah.
Really. It all plays into the budget. I will say, in those examples of Apex and Milestone, I believe Milestone had over 1,000 letters of intent and failed to open.
Have we ever had a charter school in Douglas County that's an established charter school like Lehman, STEM, or Renaissance that has not been able to follow through with their commitment to building or replicating?
Well, thank you for that question. The only schools in Douglas County that have replicated are, to date, are Lehman Academy and American Academy. So Lehman Academy, this board at staff's recommendation approved their replication in 2022. They had 951 letters of intent at that time that their last replication was approved, which is a good number. But of course experienced a delay, as you said, due to construction and the economy and all kinds of other things. And I would like to echo that we love our partnership with Lehman on our center-based programming. Their programming is amazing, and they are amazing to work with, and they are a fantastic school.
Okay, thank you.
All right, with that, I'll take a motion.
So yeah, I just wanted to make note, I feel like there's some thes missing in the resolution. So mostly under, right before school, like times we mentioned school. So I would just say that we would need to add a few thes and
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'll respond to that question. That's just a question of form with respect to how a resolution is drafted.
Okay.
In some instances, the term "the" in front of school is eliminated. We're still referencing the school. I don't think it's a substantive issue. If,
Okay.
however, the board would prefer a "the" before school in those places, that's perfectly fine.
if that's fine, then I'm okay with it.
Thank you, Doctor. I move to adopt the resolution of the Board of Education regarding denying the Lehman Classical Schools replication application.
I'll second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Thompson. Geiger,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Myers,
No.
Thompson,
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger,
Aye.
passes 6-1. Moving on to STEM.
Thank you. And again, I don't want to go back through all of the previous slides. Know that the same process applied. All deadlines were met. The completeness was done. The capacity interviews were done. The staff recommendation was given to cabinet, formulated, and then also delivered to the STEM school, and they had the opportunity to either withdraw theirs or to move forward. Again, I don't want to I want to make sure I put that out there and say this recommendation is not, again, a reflection on the current school. STEM School Highlands Ranch is an amazing school in our district. They have amazing families and students who support them. You saw that at the first public hearing. Their current families and current students are mostly committed to that school, and they do have some academic performance that is exceedingly good. They have done very well, and they have been good partners for the district. That being said, after objective review and the full process, the recommendation from staff is again to deny the application for STEM School Highlands Ranch. This would be a pre-K-5 building, a portion of their building they're already doing that would be moved to a new school, so that is a replication. No verifiable letters of intent were submitted. There was no verification for sufficient demand. There was not a geographic location that was identified, and no viable school site had been selected by the committee. There was not a facilities plan submitted, and again, an application would be welcomed by STEM School when there is sufficient evidence of demand in alignment with our process.
Director Geiger.
Mr. Mosier, I think it's fair to say that STEM, people I care a great deal about, are extraordinarily supportive, both of STEM now and of the expansion. And they're providing an excellent education. It's fair to say that their proposal was essentially a build it and they will come proposal. That it is difficult in these days to prove demand without a clear approval, or at least approval with conditions. Can you give me your opinion, because I'm relying on people with more expertise than I, about whether or not our current plan requiring sufficient letters of intent and direct, clear facilities may need to change as conditions change? We're not in 2016 anymore, or 2013 when everything got built. Do you believe that our current process still fairly evaluates the need for a school, or the demand?
I would say that our current process aligns with the intent of charter schools, not just in Colorado or in Douglas County, but in the nation, where parent demand drives everything. So parent demand, evidence of demand, families committing to attend is what the foundational aspect of a charter school is. And without those families or intents or commitments, the budget doesn't work, the facilities plan doesn't work, et cetera. That it's just such a key component that drives everything else. The demand has to be there in order for other things to work.
STEM and to some extent Renaissance, and we'll talk about them in a minute, both use their waiting lists and their denial rates as some evidence of parental demand. Do you believe that is sufficient to show that a replication or an expansion would work?
I mean, if you current wait list of STEM, is that what you're asking me? Yeah. There's, at the primary grade levels, roughly 10 at each grade level. I believe the current wait list would be 70. So even then, with and there's not a evidence that those families would then commit to going somewhere else. The geographic location is key there. Charter schools don't provide transportation, so it might be applicable for a family in Sterling Ranch to drive to the current STEM campus, but if that campus was located in Northeast Parker or Castle Rock, we don't know if that family would commit. Through a letter of intent, they might.
So I just want to say that one thing that I think STEM did well in their application was that they did put they're just asking for a longer timeline essentially. But again, without any intent to enroll currently. But I just want to say I appreciate the longer timeline. Director Myers.
A couple of things. A couple of years ago, we denied STEM, and I was quite impressed with their presentation this time. I even felt like they had gone beyond just a STEM school with the arts, and it appeared to be more of, a variety for kids. So how can a school, when you say no geographic locations been identified and no viable school location, does that mean it needs to be purchased?
No, it doesn't need to be purchased, but it helps as a family, like we just talked about with where the school is going to decide whether I can get there or not.
Right. And when they go out and if they were approved, they are, with some of those conditions that, like the no verifiable letters of intent, when they search for a bond, and they retain, isn't all of this like letters of intent? They cannot borrow money without proving that it's a school, it's going to be a viable school.
Yeah, I can take that one. Yes, they bondholders, and especially the financiers that financed one of the schools that we talked about before that did not open, they were left with a school building and no one to pay for it. So yes, the bondholders would absolutely demand letters of intent in order to approve any kind of financing. On the location question, it is important, again, as Director Mosier said, it's driven by parent choice is right, driven by parent demand. And so you would have to kind of figure out what general location you would want to be in. So I'm sorry to keep using my own example, but it's my experience. But for example, we had a wait list of 3,000. We surveyed them to see where they would want to go. And therefore, we knew that we should apply to be in the Parker area and that's where we would need to find land to purchase, which we did. So that's kind of how that piece would work. You have to kind of see where that parent demand actually is.
I guess I'll reiterate my concern is that because of a delay of neighborhood schools possibly, I just wonder if we're going to have to look at a charter school to fill in, and maybe an LRPC could, Director Geiger, do they look into, forward fast and know? I mean, I know we've got growth areas. I'm near Crystal Valley. I know something's coming in west of I-25. And so my concern is, these kids in Crystal Valley are going to South Elementary, if they're choosing World Compass, maybe Castle Rock Elementary, they're going there. So do we anticipate South Elementary and say Castle Rock Elementary a decline so that they will be able to handle Crystal Valley? And I'm in Castle Rock, so to me, that's not a big drive from Crystal Valley to either one of those schools.
Yeah, so the reason that we have located the Crystal Valley Neighborhood School in the 6 to 10 year part of the master capital plan is that we are 100% confident that we have capacity in Southridge and Rockridge in order to handle the population of Crystal Valley up until the time when a neighborhood school or a school could be constructed in the 6 to 10 year part of the master capital plan.
And not to prejudge, but I've seen the draft of the master capital plan, and it does appear that there is elementary school, middle school, and high school capacity in Castle Rock. We also have 6 sites in South Castle Rock for building elementary schools. So there is both site and capacity, current capacity, and range for further capacity. Looking out 10 years, we're going to need, probably in the 6 to 10 year, I think that's what long-range planning committee does, is look at those and look at those connections, and when they make a recommendation and move, for example, Canyons and Crystal Valley down to the 6 to 10, that's based almost purely on demographics. What we're learning is that construction of housing does not have the same relationship to student generation that it did in the past. Some of the construction areas, Crowfoot Valley, for example, we are not generating in some areas as many children as we would have in the past because they're $1.75 million houses. Those don't generate students like they used to. So, obviously it changes. We had to do that today. But yeah, that is exactly what the Long Range Planning Committee does with the Master Capital Plan.
Director Moore.
Couple comments. First of all, I want to just say how much I appreciate all the hard work that STEM did on their presentation, and I too was impressed by their presentation. And I am a huge fan of school choice. I love for parents to be able to have opportunities to pick what they think best fits the needs of their kid or their child or the future aspirations they may have. And so I'm a big school choice fan. I love the STEM model. I have a daughter who's, well, she's not going to be an engineer, but she graduated as an engineer, but she wants to do something different. But I love the context of what they teach. I love the classical model, and I love the expeditionary learning model. I love the choices, and I appreciate all these schools putting this work into this. I am concerned about the lack of one of the core tenets that we have to be able to approve these, which is the kind of the verifiable demand from the community. Although again, I do not doubt that there will be demand at some point for a STEM school in southern Douglas County. I feel like maybe we're a little ahead of the curve. But that said, one of the things that I was curious about in the STEM application, and I wasn't sure because I'm new to this, how this resonates or if this is normal, but they talked about having the current board of the current STEM school in Highlands Ranch be the board of the new school if it was replicated. Is that customary? Is that common, or is that unique in this situation?
Our other replicated campuses operate under that model as well, yes.
Okay. I appreciate that. And if I remember right, my notes are a little sketchy here. I was sick at the time when I was writing, so I apologize. But STEM was one of the applicants that said, hey, consider a conditional approval, if I remember right, based on their extended timeline. And I know from a little side bit of information, but I don't have all the facts. I know we've had some experience with conditional applications in the past on charters, and I don't know how that's worked out for us as a general rule, and I just wondered if you could just provide me a little bit of insight. What? Okay. Sorry, they were messing with me.
Is that a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to add on to your question because we received an email from Matt, which Matt, you're a great communicator and a good marketing person. But the comment that they left or he had made in this was, you know, about meeting the milestones that they would withdraw the application. And so I'm just curious, just adding on to Director Moore's question and then also addressing how that would work based off of what we know so far about approval with conditions.
And Director Thompson, I appreciate that because that's where I was going to go next on the process of if we were to give a conditional approval. Again, I wanted to know how that's worked out in the past, but if we were to do it and there was a milestone not met, would it require us to go through the process of the formal process of deny or, you know, withdraw or not a withdrawal, but I forget what I'm thinking of the wrong word. Revocation. Yeah, I'm missing. Sorry. My thesaurus mind isn't clicking tonight. So anyway, Mr. Mosier, thank you.
I can handle that one. Yeah, so the answer is yes, any approval with conditions voted on by the board is considered an approval. And so if one of those milestones or conditions are not met, that has to then go through the revocation process.
What is our history with these, or have we done these in the past, or am I just mistaken?
No, that would be the examples of Apex and Milestone where the district actually was brought in and went into litigation as a responsible party for the purchase of the property.
Did we do revocations on those? Have to do that?
Only one of them, right? Because the other one withdrew. Right.
Have we had success with any?
Well, World Compass.
World Compass, okay. Okay, all right, thank you.
I would say World Compass was approved, just approved, and then came back to the district and said, we are not able to open, and worked with the district to then create those milestones as an approval with conditions as an extended on-ramp because they were not able to meet the original intent of the application.
I'm so torn. I think there is at some points, not just space, but long-term demand for a STEM school on the east side of I-25. And with, you know, full consideration, I was invited and spent a lovely morning at STEM a couple weeks ago. They're doing a great job, and their recovery from the tragedy has been extraordinary. And that's a great school there, and I am so impressed with what they've done and what they're doing, which is why I've asked these questions. I find it possible to believe that there would be demand on the east side of I-25. The question is whether we are premature at this time with this. And I appreciate Mr. Mosier at some point, and I've been very clear about this, I'm not an educator. At some point, I have to rely on the expertise of the district, and I appreciate you answering my questions.
Okay. Then I will ask for a motion.
I'm going to let you do it because you did a great job proposing it for a denial, for a vote, so I'll let you, Brad.
At this time, I move to adopt the proposed resolution denying the expansion, the replication of STEM Academy at this time, as written by the district.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Thompson. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, no. Weiniger
Aye.
passes 6-1. All right, moving into the last one, Renaissance.
Thank you. And again, just reiteration of the differences here. This one is a new application. I know that there was some discussion back and forth about the, reasoning behind that and how it's different from Global Village. Hopefully I explained a little bit of that difference tonight. The location, the address is the key factor. Also the piece here that Renaissance has not, as authorized by this board, operated a pre-K-5, and so therefore is a new program at a new site, which by definition of our process is a new school. So that's why it's a new charter application to you. I want to again say, you heard from families, current families speaking in support tonight. You heard from some community members who came out and spoke very favorable of their current school and talking about the great things that that school does for their community. I would agree with those things, that the Renaissance is a fantastic school, is a great school in our portfolio. They meet the needs of their parent community at a high demand in that secondary model. I've been there multiple times, as I'm sure many of you have as well. It is a great feel. All of the things happening at the secondary school are fantastic. This, again, is an objective review of the application by CART, pushed to staff, and then staff's recommendation to you based on the ability and the staff's recommendation for them to operate a new campus at a new location in those grade levels. So staff recommendation for the application for Renaissance Pre-K-12, again, this is just the Pre-K-5 portion. I said this in the beginning piece, this has nothing to do with their gym expansion. The gym expansion is their current physical address. It is not a change in program. The gym expansion can move forward without any action of the board. That has been conveyed to them as well. But for the pre-K-5 school that they have applied to in a new location, the recommendation is to deny that application based on, again, letters of intent were submitted, but they're insufficient to support an economically sound charter school. There's not a viable school location that's been selected, but the applicant has identified a geographic region, which is a better step of Castle Rock, and has engaged with an architectural firm. I hope you saw that in the first presentation. Those were attached, a very comprehensive plan and multiple designs and features of that. They have done some of that work, which is commendable. The assumption that the waitlist of Renaissance Elementary Magnet School, which is a district-managed magnet school, will transfer is not warranted. We don't know that. We cannot make that assumption that that demand will come over. The intents to enroll, those are different, right? And so that waitlist is not a viable source to say, we know that if we build something else in a different location, those students will come over. And again, an application would be welcome in the future when there's demonstration of demand that has been demonstrated for a pre-K-5 addition to Renaissance.
Director Myers.
So I guess if I was to look at a school in a place, I would immediately think Crystal Valley, because with the last board meeting and this board meeting, with the number of kids, parents, teachers that supported Renaissance, and I understand. I know it's a little bit different than than Lehman, a classical school in STEM, but that's, I guess, where I would ask. Maybe Renaissance, that they had reached out to Crystal Valley. And I know that you said right here the wait list of Renaissance Elementary Magnet School is, were they able to reach out to that wait list?
There was an ask and a core request for the numbers and then also the names, and that is not something that we share. We don't share student-identified names. We did give the numbers. Yes.
I would add that the majority of the elementary students in Crystal Valley currently attend a charter school, World Compass Academy. 293 currently attend World Compass Academy, and that makes up about 40% of World Compass Academy's total enrollment. So, yes.
Director Geiger.
We've talked about the gym expansion. Can Renaissance buy a location in, say, Crowfoot Valley and build a gym that doesn't change who they educate? It's just an off-site gym. Do they need our approval to do that? If they're building a facility that's not on their current site, but that is not used for educational purposes, but for recreational purposes, do they need our approval to do that?
I would have to defer to General Counsel Kamesh on that one.
Obviously, there's no clear answer to that question in the statute, and I'm not inclined to provide legal advice or conclusions in an open session of the board, but would certainly be happy to respond to that in a memo to the Board of Education.
I would appreciate that either for now or the future. Again, we're talking about a non-educational facility.
You turned your mic off.
You mean the light needs to be on for people to hear me? Finally learning that lesson after a year and a half? So, no, I would, if General Counsel could look into what constitutes an educational facility, I think would be the question.
Sure, we'd be happy to look into that question and provide a memo to the board.
Thank you.
Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, I would just add that something like that we would make as easy as we possibly could under the current board policy. So it's just all about what the board policy would require, and something that probably wasn't contemplated when you all last approved the board policy. So, but something like that should be made as easy as possible.
Director Weiniger.
I would say with this application, the demand part was the hardest part for me to wrap my head around, because I understand that letters of intent are a big driver of what's showing demand. And I understand where, just because there's a wait list, which, is it accurate that about 2 out of every 3 kids are waitlisted at Renaissance Elementary? Do you know if that's accurate? Because I believe I heard a public commenter mention that.
Correct. It was roughly 44% of the enrollments, so applications to enrollments.
Gotcha, yeah. And I feel like that is a big demonstration of demand for more elementary level for Renaissance. And this is like one where I could see an approval with conditions more so, because we could try to give them that opportunity to provide those hard letters of intent. And we already have a relationship with Renaissance. So this one I am struggling with, and just if any other directors have thoughts around that, I'd be welcome to hear them.
Director Meek.
Yeah. So first, I just want to thank everyone that showed up tonight to give public comment and to share your personal stories on this option and what it means to you. And it's clear it's a wonderful choice for families that meets a demand. And I've just been sitting here struggling with all 3 choices because of the letter of intent and making sure that we have the demand that is needed. Especially, I just think our district is in a very different situation today than it has been in the past when we're a growing district and we were looking to add additional choices and additional schools. Having just gone through the consolidation process and having heard our community members express frustration with a lack of planning when there are more schools than are needed. That's really my area where I'm really trying to balance. And so I think Director Weiniger raises a good point around the demand piece with the, whether or not the Renaissance PK5 would translate, for letters of intent. And maybe if you could just expand on why you don't feel like that really works.
I would say, it's a kind of a general recognized practice. This is something that across the state, letters of intent they're difficult, good and bad ways. Because again, we're talking about committing for a school that's not built, that's maybe 2 or 3 years out, in a location that I'm not 100% certain about. So it should be easier to generate way more letters of interest than you will need to open. That demand, that interest, just to say, would you welcome another pre-K5 expeditionary learning school? Would you attend if there was that option? Those letters of intent we would expect would be much higher, and that's something from experts in the charter authorization field we've got. We know through looking at state and also national data that it's roughly a 15-to-1 letter of intent to an actual enrollment. That's not to say that that 250-ish, or 265, I think they said tonight, is going to translate to an automatic division of 15 to that 12 or 14, whatever that is mathematically. But it's to say that's a good rule of thumb that most authorizers in CACSA and also in NACSA, the national organization, recognize that you're going to get a lot of interest. You heard Superintendent Kane talk about 1,800, then translating into, 600 or 700 at opening. We should see a much higher interest level than half of the enrollment.
So to be clear, do we as a district require 15 times the amount of students?
We do not require that, but it plays into the discussion. It's one of the elements of discussion of, is there sufficient demand?
Yeah, I mean, going off of what Director Weiniger says, I would definitely advocate for a conditional approval for, approval with conditions for Renaissance. But that's just me, so. Director Meek?
So I guess a question for the superintendent. The terminology there, conditional approval versus approval with conditions. Does the approval with conditions still carry the same potential lawsuits and challenges? And because I know we have a history in the past where it has created legal entanglements and there have been lawsuits or we've lost land, different situations have happened. So I think understanding that a little bit better would help me.
Sure, and so I'm going to take this rather than our general counsel, so that I am not providing legal advice, but what has been termed an approval or a conditional approval in the past has actually been an approval with conditions. There is no such thing as a conditional approval. It's an approval that has conditions, now, in the past, whatever, so it's an approval that has conditions, and if those conditions aren't met, then it is, the onus is on the Board of Education to revoke that charter, because it is an approval, and it is that has provided challenges in the past. So there's no change. We're just using clearer terminology that there is no such thing as a conditional approval. It's an approval with conditions.
So it still raises legal challenges potentially that could happen in the future where, again, not only are we in a situation where we are, had to consolidate schools, but our finances are very tight. And to put ourselves in a situation where we know there's a chance that we're going to have lawsuits in the future, I'm not sure that's a good legal risk to take.
Yeah, the only thing I would say to that is that we do have a good relationship with that charter. They are already an existing charter, so they have a proven track record. And so that's what I would use. It's not a brand new school with people that we've never worked with. Director Thompson?
Yeah, I think what I'm struggling with is you know, if we're holding the first two applicants to the standard of sufficient support, and then we apply a different standard to a different charter school, that's problematic. And I'm concerned that that is bad optics. Additionally, like, you know, I wasn't here for the last meeting, so I didn't have the opportunity to ask during their presentation, was how they generated letters of interest. Because, you know I personally received an email about my own kids for this charter school. And so I know that there was a list that they sent out to the entire school district, is what I would assume. And that generated the number of letters that they shared for this, which is around 200. And so I just, with that said, you know, that is at least a substantial amount of outreach with little return, in my opinion. Now, I understand, and I really appreciated the community comments tonight. Renaissance has built a beautiful community. It is evident, not only by staff and parents, but I found what the students had to say tonight extremely compelling. But I also feel like we have to do our due diligence as leaders in this community, that while we have 3 amazing schools in front of us, I mean, that's why we're all struggling right now. I can't imagine how difficult this conversation has been for Gordon. We want them to succeed if they're gonna open in our district. Like, we want them to be successful. And I think letters of intent is a low bar to prove that you can be successful in opening and having the demand that you need to be a successful school and financially viable. Again, this is a hard criticism to give because I have a very fond opinion, but I feel like we, you know, our feelings aside and our opinions aside of these 3 very different, wonderful schools with very unique curriculum, we do still need to be responsible about how we make decisions within this district, and I think it's only fair to apply the same standard across the board.
Director Meek.
Yeah, and I'm not sure we received any public comment from families on the wait list for the PK5. Did we hear any from the wait list? Because I am sitting here trying to decide, does it translate, right? Is that a reason to believe that those numbers can be achieved? But I don't think we heard from anyone on that wait list.
We did hear from a future parent with young kids. Okay. We did have one comment.
As I understand it, we're on a timeline for making this decision, correct? Once the application comes in, we have to make a decision one way or the other, essentially by today, correct?
I believe it's in, June 1st it's in our LBDR 1. I believe it's June 1. Yes.
Okay. Is there any way to extend that deadline?
I mean, we could vote on that as a board to table it until our next meeting. I mean, that is a decision we could make, is it not?
Well, the deadlines are statutory.
I believe it'd have to be mutually agreed upon between the applicant and the board. So we would have to have that negotiated between both parties for mutual agreement.
I am concerned about trying to write conditions on the dais without discussing them with them. That's why I'm asking this question. I'm not sure that I'm in favor of a condition, of an approval with conditions or not. I am concerned about negotiating those from the dais. And that's my concern. If we weren't up against the deadline right now, I might have a different opinion about that.
But we
I
do
have
have
my legal
we do have
opinion about whether or
people-
not we can do it, but I can't give advice to the
Right.
board.
I mean, there are people from Renaissance here. I mean, I'm sure that they could make an agreement if we, as a board, decided that was the route we wanted to go.
Well, is the applying party here?
Yes.
That's what I need to know.
Yes, she is here. Director Moore.
Mr. Mosier, thank you for all the work on this. I know that Renaissance Elementary, the magnet school, is here in Castle Rock, and I know that you made a point, and it's a fair point, that you can't necessarily equate a wait list for that school to translate that those students would go to the new school, especially when it's a couple years out from opening. But it is an interesting argument when there is that wait list. Looking at the numbers, just so I understand this, for the PK through 5 application, they had roughly 260 pieces of intent or interest, or items of interest for roughly 500, estimated 500 enrollment, maximum enrollment for that school. So roughly half, 50% or close to that.
Yes.
And then current enrollment for the K, because they intend to be pre-K through 12, if approved, correct? This school eventually, or between the two campuses.
My understanding it would be the combination into one contract, and so it would be a authorization of the pre-K 5 would join with the 6-12 under one charter contract, and so it would be a pre-K 12 one contract. Yes.
Okay. And they have currently enrolled at 440 of their planned roughly 669. Just, excuse me. Does that sound accurate that they're for the K through, or 6 through 12 campus?
The 6 through 12 campus?
Yeah, they're roughly enrolled at about 440 students of the maximum 669 they could have.
I don't know that offhand. They don't use our enrollment tool, so I don't know what their enrollment or wait list is at grade levels.
Okay.
I have the option of asking.
Was there a site? Thank you. It's in here that I have the issue unless thank you though. And was there a site identified that I can't remember?
There's not a current site. There was, I believe, 3 different acreage parcels identified, but none of that was binding. It was, we're exploring geographic area, targeting Castle Rock region, looking at these types of parcels.
Okay. Huh. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Council Klemesh.
I would just like to point out with respect to some questions raised related to the timeline question. Policy LBDR1 provides a timeline for the date by which a Board of Education needs to make a decision on an application. And that date is June 30th. It's on page 9 of LBDR1. And it's item number 12, which states that the district's Board of Education will make its decision by resolution on the application in a public hearing upon reasonable public notice by June 30th, consistent with Colorado law. And that is the response to a DCSD charter school application procedure. And it's my understanding that that application procedure would apply in this situation.
Director Thompson?
Thank you. Quick question, just to clarify, they had mentioned the wait list that they currently have or they're experiencing this year. And what grades is that for?
They currently operate 6 through 12.
Okay, so the wait list for 6 through 12 won't translate to pre-K through 5. So I just want to make sure that we're really clear on that, and that if we're deciding to hold this school application to a different standard, it's based off of 200 and some letters of interest. So again, I'm just advocating for fairness with all of our applicants and that we're holding them to the same standards.
Just for clarity, I think we were translating the magnet school wait list to this enrollment number.
Yeah. And may I?
Sure.
I am not clear about the relationship between the magnet school and Renaissance RSS. I know that there's some relationship. I know they have the same learning process. Can you explain that to me, please?
I can do some. So the magnet school is again a K6. There is an overlap at the sixth grade level. One key difference that was discussed during, I believe, the capacity interview was the reading and the curriculum used. So our current magnet school uses our district Wonders and Benchmark, and I'm not sure which one of those Benchmark, thank you, uses. The proposal for the academic programming would be they would choose to use true EL literacy programming. The curriculum would be EL driven and not in, that would be a difference. It wouldn't be aligned to the district where you have at the magnet school a district operated curriculum set.
So am I understanding correctly, there's not a one-to-one correlation between what a parent might want at the magnet school as opposed to what a parent might want at the proposed expansion? In terms of curriculum?
In terms of curriculum, definitely not. Expeditionary learning elements, or EL elements, I believe there would be consistency there. There's differencing in cost to parents. There's differencing in number of excursions or voyages that are offered at grade levels, but the thematic piece of EL is pretty consistent between the two.
So did that lead in, was that part of the consideration of, part of your recommendation is the assumption that the wait list of Renaissance Elementary Magnet School will transfer to enrollment? That disconnect in curriculum, was that part of the district experts' consideration in reaching that recommendation?
I would say that was definitely considered by CART, yes.
Thank you.
Director Moore? I'm sorry, Director Meek.
So did I hear we have till June 30th to make this decision? And so would it make sense to table this till June 10th in order to allow further conversation on what conditions may be put before us instead of trying to hammer something out now?
And that was my question. I just wanted to understand what we would gain by tabling it. So thank you for clarifying.
Just, I would not feel comfortable voting on anything that's contingent without really hammering that out and going into it with clarity.
All right. Thank you.
Director Geiger.
Sorry if this is kind of a lawyer conversation. The pluses of tabling it are, of course, to allow us as a district to discuss what conditions might be acceptable to Renaissance. And I would trust Mr. Mosher to have that discussion. The downside, of course, is that we have to, I think we would have to at least explain why we are considering this differently for Renaissance than we did for STEM. I think that could be done, but I think we need to be consistent in our thought process. And also, I mean, the negotiation of conditions, I think, is going to be complicated. And so I think, we're under deadline. June 10th, essentially our final call on this. And I've got to say, I'm going back and forth, especially given recommendations from experts that I trust. So the only way procedurally to do it is to table it. I'm not saying whether or not I'm in favor or against that at this point.
All right. With that, I'll entertain a motion of any sort.
There's leadership for you.
I motion to table the decision around Renaissance PK through 12 application until our June 10th board meeting.
Hold on, I actually need to ask for a second, and then we can discuss more. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, motion by Weiniger and seconded by Myers for a tabling until the June 10th. Go ahead, Director Moore.
Quick question, how would the discussion occur, who would handle that discussion and how would that work? Do we know?
So if the Board of Education is directing staff to go back and create a conditional, an approval with conditions resolution that would be acceptable to all parties, then that would need to be a direction to staff. I think that would be the best way to do it. I don't know if, council, does that sound reasonable?
Excuse me, I believe that's reasonable. There has not yet been action taken on the staff's recommendation with respect to this charter school, so I think that if there is action to be taken at the next board meeting, it would be consideration of both the staff's recommendation as well as consideration of an alternative resolution.
Okay, so then that means we would be directing the district to come back with two different separate resolutions, one that contains the current resolution, and then another one that would have potential approval with conditions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
So do we want to amend the motion to include the staff direction piece, or do we do that second?
No, there's only one motion.
I don't think it encompassed staff direction. I think it encompassed tabling it, but not staff direction to work on it on our behalf. I just want to make sure whatever we vote on is correct.
So can we amend well, not amend, but could we just add a friendly amendment to the tabling with the ask that the district comes back with a separate resolution?
It is my understanding that you could amend the motion to include a friendly amendment if one of the board members elects to make that amendment to the motion.
So would you accept that amendment, Director Weiniger?
What is the amendment?
To ask the district to come back with a potential resolution?
Yes.
And are you also, okay. All right, so we have a motion on the table to table this until our June 10th meeting. So I will roll call this. Motion by Weiniger, second by Myers. So Geiger.
Aye. Aye.
Meek.
So I think what I would add to this is encourage the school to do more research as well, to bring back any data that could help us with decision-making on the 10th. And so with that, aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Out of fairness and consistency in decision-making, and that we're not affording the same opportunity to our other applicants, I'm a no.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
All right, that passes 6-1. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to our next presentation. I think I saw Commissioner Teal here. Yes, and so we will go ahead and invite you up. I just want to clarify that this presentation is for the Board of Education to understand potential impacts that home rule would have, and that this is an informative presentation and it's not advocating either way. Oh, and I also see Commissioner Van Winkle as well. I'm sorry, and then if you want to introduce, I'm not sure who else is here, yeah.
All right, just say go.
Go.
All right. Hey, folks, I'm George Teal. I'm one of your 3 Douglas County Commissioners. I'm joined this evening by my colleague, Kevin Van Winkle, as well as the County Attorney, Jeff Garcia. The presentation Jeff is going to give will be the lion's share of the presentation until we go to questions and attempt to answer the questions you have. I hope you will find this presentation as compelling as I found it, and the facts that are within it. I would hope what you're going to see, you're not going to see as advocacy. This is the legal analysis that did convince the county commissioners to move towards the home rule process and begin it. It is also the legal analysis that won the support of every county elected official in Douglas County. I hope you will find it thought-provoking. I hope you will find it convincing. I hope it will earn your support, I will tell you right now, for the process. But of course, Christy, Madam President, I leave that to you to have that discussion with your board. Without further ado, if it pleases the board, County Attorney Jeffrey Garcia.
Thank you, and thank you for having me tonight. Home rule is a big topic right now. Everyone in the county is talking about it. I think it will be a major change for the county, a major improvement for the county, but also a big change for the state. So I would like to be able to provide as much information as I can. I think it probably will become a lawyer conversation, but I'll try to keep it as entertaining as possible. So as of today, there are only 4 counties in Colorado that are home rule counties. Weld County and Pitkin are the only straight home rule counties. Denver and Broomfield are home rule city and counties. The other 60 counties, including Douglas County, are what you'd call a statutory county, or that is to say when the state makes a law, it governs Douglas County. There are some definite advantages to becoming a home rule county. It allows you to distinguish the county from the state. It allows the county to opt out of certain state regulations. It does permit the county to retain all of the authority that it has today. So if we became a home rule county tomorrow, we would still have all the authority that we have to do all the things we do today. You obtain authority that only exists for home rule counties. You get to design the county government, increase financial powers, and create unique laws that meet the specific needs of Douglas County. There are disadvantages. It requires 2 county-wide elections. There is a lot of work. And part of this, because you represent so many families in Colorado, in Douglas County, you'll be asked to be part of this. You'll have people come up to you because you interact with them all the time, and they'll say, what's home rule about? And I have some ideas, and I want to make sure my family's being protected by this. So you'll be asked to be part of this. There is a widespread misunderstanding. The last time this was done was about 50 years ago. This is not a traffic law or a tort law that you see and use every day. These are unique laws that are rarely used, and most people haven't seen them, and most people that we talk to don't know what a home rule county is. So there's a lot of misinformation out there. If you go to social media, you'll find all kinds of it. Go on to any social media and search home rule, and you'll find a bunch of half-truths. I'm really happy that we have the opportunity today so we can find out a little bit straight from the law. And everything I do today, I'm going to cite straight to statutes, so if you'd like to look it up yourself, you can. Nothing that's being done is new or unique because of Douglas County. In 1970, the state constitution was changed to allow home rule counties, and that's Article 14, Section 16. It prescribes a 9-step process and requires 21 members of the community to become charter commissioners and represent their portions of the county. So a question that we get pretty frequently is, can this be done before the November election? Yes, it can be done before the November election. This schedule explains that. However, it does create a huge amount of work in a period of time. There will be a big chunk of time that will really be crunch time. In the event that that doesn't work out, you'd be able to move it to a separate special election. But being conservative and thoughtful of tax dollars, we are trying to get it involved in that November general election so there won't be additional costs. 9-step process. So the first 2 steps have already occurred. On March 25th, there was an initial resolution by the Board of County Commissioners stating that there would be a June 24th election for home rule. At that time, there was also a second resolution passed that divides the county. When you're speaking to your constituents, when you're speaking to your colleagues, they may ask about the districts. It's the same district you have for your county commissioner. So if you're in District 3, you're in District 3. If you're in District 2, you're in District 2 for this. You may have read in the papers, and I'm going to talk a lot about things that you've seen in the news, whether it's lawsuits we're involved in or just news that's out there, that either of these were done in violation of the open meetings law. That's incorrect. We have a judge ruling came out last week that said everything on this has been above board and transparent, and there was no open meetings violation. So There will be a June 24th election. I've seen a big pallet of ballots. They're going to be mailed out next Monday. On those ballots, you're going to be asked two questions. One, should you create a home rule charter commission? That's just the beginning of the work. Then, who should be on that commission? So if you have someone ask you, even if you vote no to the charter commission, you can still vote for the people that you like. And there's going to be two sets. They'll be at-large, and you get to vote for 3 at-large members. Everyone in the county gets to do that. And then the district you live in, you're allowed to vote for 6 district members. This is a little bit unique. Some districts have 10 people running, some people have 12, but you get to circle in 10, 3 for the at-large. Questions came about, why do you want a special election? Well, first off, the law talks about a special election. It recommends it in the process. But if you didn't do a special election and you went November to November, it would be a whole 2 years before you became a home rule charter county. And that being said, our leaders in Douglas County wanted to start the process. They wanted to get the work beginning, and they wanted to get the public involved. So after the election, and there is a charter commission seated, they'll elect officers, they'll adopt rules, they'll schedule meetings. All the meetings of the Home Rule Charter Commission are open to the public. Anyone can come in, watch them debate, watch them talk about the work that needs to be done, talk about the things that are going to be added to the charter. In subsequent meetings, there'll be ultimately a draft charter created. There'll be a document. This document will be put in the newspaper. It will be put on the website for the county. It will be links to it will be on social media. Those things are required by law. We have to provide that notice so that everyone has a clear understanding of it. And then there'll be 3 public comment sections. So even if you weren't one of the elected 21 or you weren't someone who was talking to the 21, you can walk into that room and have a conversation with the Charter Commission. Those meetings can be 15 minutes, those meetings can be 15 hours. Everyone in the county will have the opportunity to talk about what's going to be included in that charter. One of the interesting questions that we get is that when Weld County became a home rule county, they had 36 meetings. So the question is, why are we only doing 3? Well, that's the statutory requirement. Today we did 2. I just came from one in Highlands Ranch. But I believe this is our 16th or 17th meeting. So getting to 36 will be very easy. But things are different than they were 50 years ago when Weld County became a home rule county. They didn't have the internet. They didn't have cell phones. They didn't have Teams meetings. They didn't have Zoom links. There is already, if you go to the Douglas County website, there is already a portal where you can submit ideas for this charter commission. If you have something that's unique, that is special to you or special to your constituents, put it up there. The charter commission will hear about it. Multiple on the same issue is a good thing. They'll see that there's a need in the community. They'll consider it and figure out how to best incorporate that into the charter. After there's a final draft, after the Charter Commission has put together the final version, if certain legal requirements are met, it'll move forward to the Board of County Commissioners, and they will move it forward to a second election. That final charter will be voted on by the people of Douglas County. It's not a menu. You don't get to say, I like Section A, but not Section C and D. This question will be, do you adopt the entire charter? If it is adopted by the majority of Douglas County voters, it will take effect January 1st if it is in the general election. So one of the bits of misinformation that we hear a lot of, is it really worth the work? Are you actually getting something out of this? And I'm going to talk about some of the different authority and powers that the county gets, but it is definitely worth the work. But it is a great deal of work. Explicit statutory powers exist. So as I said earlier, everything we're able to do today, if we became a home rule chartered county tomorrow, we would still be able to do that. In fact, we're required to do it. So we still have to have a sheriff's department, we still have to have a Department of Human Services, planning. Those functions still have to occur. This is all about adding more, the county being able to do more for its residents. You get to develop the structure of government, and then the right to contract. This is a unique right to contract that the county doesn't currently have. And if you read in the papers about 2 years ago, we got into a little bit of a tiff with the state about whether or not our sheriffs could assist ICE. And one of the things, the question was, is could we sign what's called a 287G agreement, which permits our sheriffs to use the jail and to cooperate and provide information to ICE. This would provide us a unique ability to contract with the federal government. Also, under 3035-201, there's 47 unique bits of authority that exist only for a home rule county. These are not requirements. They are things that you can add to the charter that we couldn't do today. So these are things that we couldn't do until we become a home rule authority. Explicit statutory exceptions. So those are the things that we can do that we couldn't do before. These are the things that we no longer have to do. So one of the ones that, if you followed us in the news, you'll see that we got into a legal dispute about unionization of our sheriffs. There was a movement to unionize the sheriffs. A part of that is a law called COBCA, and it moved the representation of the sheriffs and the collective bargaining and the agreement of how to, who is the employer of the sheriffs to the Board of County Commissioners. We didn't like that. We have a really great sheriff, Darren Weekly. We thought he was the person who should be in charge of that, and we got into an argument with the state about that. That argument's continuing. It's cost us thousands and thousands of dollars. My office was involved. If we were a home rule county, we would just not have it. The law says you don't have to follow this. So implied exceptions. You may have heard about this case in social media or on the news. There's a case called League of Women Voters of Greeley versus the Board of County Commissioners for Weld County. And there was a disagreement about whether or not Weld County could use its own means of redistricting. Ultimately, Weld County lost, but it gave us a test, and that's the really great thing. It says when it comes to the structure of the county, you can do whatever you like. But when it comes to regulating internal affairs of the county, you can only address those things that are specific and within Douglas County. So let's talk about the question in the room. Could we do anything to regulate the school board? No, because the school board extends beyond Douglas County, right? You have schools that are outside of Douglas County. So we couldn't do anything in that in the home rule charter, but could we, within ourselves, make commitments to the school board or regulate how the county interacts with the school board? Yes, we could. Other one that comes about is a case called Glenwood v. Glenwood. And in Glenwood v. Glenwood, the question came about whether or not the state can tell you how to manage local affairs if you're a home rule. And the answer was, again, no. So the state can regulate things that are matters of state concern, but local concern, things that relate to Douglas County, are there for Douglas County to regulate. Now, this is one I think is really important. It's discretionary authority. It's those ordinances that don't exist at the state level. So if there's no state law about something, you can include it in the home rule charter. This is really important when you think about things that are identity to Douglas County. Douglas County is about 51% open space. Open space is a big part of Douglas County. We have a good board right now, and they spend money and they buy open space, and they present in Colorado. Charter Commission, but they can start with whatever they like, and they can exclude all of these or Charter Commission, but they can start with whatever they like, and they can exclude all of these or include them all. These are things that people have brought up in these kind of meetings. Maybe we don't want a state minimum wage. Maybe we want our own election laws. Maybe we want parental rights being preserved. There is a roadmap. So if the comment comes about that Douglas County is doing something unique, or not, nothing's being invented here. The state has created, since 1970, a roadmap of how to do this. It starts off with the Constitution. We have to meet those mandatory requirements. Form and structure of government. How many county commissioners are there? Who's appointed? Who's elected? Explicit additional powers. All those things that we couldn't do today, but we could do tomorrow for your home rule, those need to be in there. Finance and debt, opting out of state regulation, and those discretionary things that make Douglas County what Douglas County is, how you identify that and how you preserve that. I've heard this described as a power grab, or that it's a way to consolidate power. It's really not. It actually limits the power of government and requires government to follow a path that the voters of Douglas County have made for it. And hopefully, if this moves forward, Douglas County will be able to identify what is important to it and preserve that. And I think that's all I have. I would open it up for the commissioners to give a word or two.
Well, thank you, Jeff, and thank you all for giving us the time. I know
is a very long meeting, and you are accustomed to those, but this is a very important topic for the future of Douglas County. Douglas County, not that long ago, the school board really was well ahead of the rest of the county in adopting kind of Douglas County specific goals and principles and boundaries. I think that our school district was formed like back in the 1950s or something, which is well ahead. Our judicial department didn't get started even off the ground until, in fact, when I was in the State House Representative, passed House Bill 20-10026 to form a judicial district specifically here in Douglas County. Our health district didn't start until our county commissioners led the way and did create a health district specifically for Douglas County. Our Colorado Constitution has given us, the citizens of Douglas County, a way to further expand upon our structure, upon our independence, and upon our vision for what we think Douglas County ought to be, especially when it differs somewhat from the policies coming out of Denver, which I have extensive knowledge with. I don't want to take a lot of time. I do want to save time for comments. We do have Commissioner Abe Layden. He's chairman of the Board of County Commissioners online. And also want to thank Jeff for giving of his time. Jeff comes to us from actually the city and county of Denver, where he was the city and county attorney there. Of course, one of the home rule municipalities. And given the extensive research he has done on home rule, he is the foremost legal expert in the state of Colorado when it comes to home rule. So I'm glad he's here. And any question that myself, George, or Abe online can't answer, he, again, is the state's foremost expert on the laws regarding home rule and what the Constitution says about it. So with that, is there a way we could possibly get Chairman Abe Layden to address the board? I'm not sure who.
Guys, I'm online.
there.
I'll test the mic right now if
Thank
you can hear me.
We can, go ahead.
Okay, great. Well, what an honor. Thank you so much to the Board of Education and all of the staff and citizens in attendance. I'm deeply appreciative of the opportunity to address all of you. And I have to admit, school is out, and I just made dinner for my kids and have a 7-year-old that needs a bedtime soon. So we're doing a little bit of double duty tonight, but just listening to your meeting this entire time, you all do such great work and are phenomenal servants in your advices you make for the citizens of Douglas County, all of you. So thank you for that. I try to keep home rule very simple. And first and foremost, this board has had about 16 or 17 public meetings, very transparent, accountable, and trying to really provide that legal framework as objectively as possible and give every opportunity for citizens to ask questions and get those answered. A judge has recently affirmed that all of those meetings have been perfectly legal, and what we're doing is educating the public and giving folks an opportunity to do one very simple thing, and it's called local control. And so what I like to do is just pose the rhetorical questions. You got great legal background, but to be very specific, the question for our citizens and for the Board of Education might be, did we appreciate what the state did during the pandemic? Did we appreciate and approve what the state has done with illegal immigration? Are we pleased with what the state has done with property taxes? And are we comfortable with where the state has been on homelessness and public safety? So I invite you and every citizen to answer those questions for themselves. But at the end of the day, I just couldn't be more supportive of the leadership of Commissioner Van Winkle and particularly Commissioner Teal, who has really spearheaded this initiative and has been talking about it for many years. Because again, every municipality in Douglas County already is home rule. This is not a UFO, but it certainly does give municipalities in the county a greater degree of autonomy and independence and freedom when it comes to that local authority. So with that, thank you again, and I'll turn it back over to my colleagues.
Are you ready for questions?
You bet. Yeah, and I think the one thing, we're blessed to be able to give a presentation such as this and take as much feedback as possible, but really this all comes down to the voters. The voters have 2 fully separate elections to say yes to this, to say who they want those 21 members to be to go away in the summertime like our founding fathers did and form essentially a county constitution. And it is all up to the voters. At any point, they can say no on June 24th, or they can say no
in November, or they can say yes. With that, please.
Yeah, okay,
Fire
first of all,
away.
thank you guys for coming. I know that we had you slated a little bit earlier and some of our conversations went longer, so I appreciate you guys hanging around.
No, that never happens to us.
So I know you can't give us, because the charter is not written, like how things would work, but I would like to know like the extremes of these specific questions I'm going to ask. One around safety and security. I think we've heard a lot about how this would impact safety and security within the schools. And the second is land. And then the third just sparked because you talked about union. And so could it, either way, yes or no? I mean, I don't need you to tell me, what you want, but just how it could go. If those three things, so the union, safety and security, and land.
All right, unions. COPCA, what was referenced by the attorney in the presentation, that does not pertain it will only pertain to county employees. Because if I recall properly in the formulation of that law, the schools very early opted themselves out of the formulation of that law, as well as the universities. So that law would not have would not pertain at all to any union activity in the county outside of the county employees.
Thank you.
School safety. What are your ideas? It is something that we already know that in our current environment, we are able to partner with you when it comes to school security. We partner with you for the resource officers, and we partnered up with you guys when it came to physical security of schools. So what do you guys want? And that'll be very important in this process. Now, as a person who is running to be on the Charter Commission, I'm all ears. I want to hear what your guys' thoughts are. I have nothing set in stone right now for me. I can't speak for the other 57 people that are running right now. I think that is an excellent question to ask of them. Madam Meeks, Susan, I believe you're running. So that's a great question to ask Susan. I don't know. I'm all ears. When it comes to land use, I'll tell you what, land use, we do have enhanced powers under home rule that are granted under the Colorado State Constitution. Most of that's going to deal with development. I know there might be a question about, well, what about school dedications and everything? Again, tell you what, I am a charter school advocate. My kids were charter school educated. You guys were talking about Renaissance forming its, starting another school. My son completed his grade school years at Renaissance Magnet. I am absolutely an advocate for charter schools. I'd be interested in hearing, again, from you guys, what are your thoughts and how we should have that integrated? So I don't know if that really answers your question there, Christy, but I mean, that's kind of the reality of where we are right now. You can ask the individuals who are running where they stand on specific issues, and I think you should listen very closely to those answers that are given. Because quite frankly, June 24th is an election. Anybody says, oh, it's a power grab? Yeah, well, you know what? The votes haven't been counted yet. That's the power grab by the people of Douglas County who will vote in this election. So I would tell you, those are the folks that you need to talk to and get some of those specific answers. You heard some of mine.
Thank you. Director Moore.
Commissioners, thanks so much for coming. I appreciate you, Commissioner Teal, and Mr. Van Winkle, and Commissioner Layden for being on the line to talk to us about this. So here's the thing is, you guys know me, I know you guys a little bit, and I'm a big fan of local control, which I feel like this is a lot about what you're trying to accomplish. And so I think we're aligned on that angle. But at the same time, I've been hearing what I think are kind of some just wild rumors. And I know you hate wild rumors, and I'm just like, well, I'm just going to ask the question so we either can clear up or confirm or deny the wild rumors, and I don't like them either. But the rumors that I've been hearing, and I'm only asking because I've heard them more than one time, and I don't know if they're true or not. I doubt they are, but I just want to hear from you on this. But one, and I think it relates to Director Williams' question a little bit about safety and security. What the rumor is that, hey, Tim, if the commissioners get home rule, they want to exercise control over school district safety and security, which I've looked at the statute. I can't figure out how that makes sense. But again, I haven't looked at it from your angle, Ms. Garcia. But again, back to the local control thing, didn't make sense to me. The second rumor was that, hey, the commissioners want to intercept or take control over land dedications from developers that typically in the current climate generally goes to the county, and then from the county at some point to school districts for neighborhood schools, that might change and the county would control all that land. And I don't know if that makes sense to you or if that's part of what you've talked about or your thought process. But that didn't make a lot of sense to me because from this board's perspective, we want to make sure that we've been empowered by statute to make those kinds of decisions on what's in the best interest of our school district when it comes to sites for schools, and we don't want to necessarily let go of that because it's an important responsibility, and we look at that, we take that very seriously, and we work very hard on that. Spend a lot of time and hours on that. The other thing was the rumor was, hey, the county wants to take over control of transportation, which didn't make sense to me at all. That sounded just kind of crazy too.
I'm sorry, that's already been decided. We have control of transportation
I mean,
in Douglas County.
school bus transportation, like
Oh,
school
no, I've heard
transportation,
from
yeah.
the superintendent. You guys can keep that.
School transportation, yeah. So can you just answer those? I mean, I didn't know what was real or not. It didn't make sense to me, but I'm like, I just want to find out, so at least we're on the same page.
So totally unrelated to home rule. Today we had the ribbon cutting for Lone Tree, for the Highlands Ranch link. And Kevin, you might want to talk about this once we get done. Guys, Chrissy, you and I have talked about it just a little bit. I'll tell you what, we do have the idea of expanding this microtransit solution across the county. We would like to work with the school district moving forward, that it might be a transportation solution. Guys, that's a conversation we can have right now when your agenda allows. We don't need home rule to do that. We don't need home rule to have that question. Again, I've talked to the superintendent. I don't want school buses. Don't worry about that. We won't be, I won't be. I don't know about somebody else.
That didn't make
but
sense.
I won't be. Land use. Guys, I will tell you once again, I am a charter school advocate. It's been a part of my personal platform that if a state charter comes to the Board of County Commissioners and asks for a piece of land that has been dedicated for public use, because that is the language in unincorporated Douglas County. It's not the language in the town of Castle Rock, I know. I was on the town council of the town of Castle Rock. But in Douglas County, land is dedicated as public use. It always goes on the map saying school site. In the PD, it's public use. I would like a school on that site, if it's warranted. But I do think there should be some kind of communication going back and forth between the school district and the Board of County Commissioners in those instances. Because, Becky, you know what? I probably get asked about a school in Crystal Valley Ranch, maybe as much as you do. I mean, I get asked about it for the last 10 years, and I've never sat on this body. So I do think there's a place for us to work together on that, and it could be defined in the charter.
What do you anticipate that looking like?
Yeah, and Madam Chair and colleagues, I'd be honored to respond directly to Director Moore's questions. And yes, we absolutely know you, Tim, and are very familiar with that question. I want to be very candid. This is my 7th year as commissioner, and I am so deeply proud of the work that you did, this board did, to partner after the STEM shooting. We did work on physical school security, mental health, and SROs, and we now have the highest number of SROs in the state by a lot. I have been very frank with Superintendent Kane and President Williams that on my watch, and hopefully on anybody else's watch coming after me, a situation like STEM never occurs again. And you all know we've been fighting tooth and nail to make sure that that happens. This notion that George shared is accurate. We already can kind of do a lot of this without home rule. Our legal charges the health, safety, and welfare of 400,000 individuals. So at any point, the safety and security of kids is a shared responsibility that we have. I want to be very direct. You have a pilot for entryway security at the STEM school with a 96% approval rating among staff, students, teachers, and parents. I would love to see greater entryway security, particularly when we just saw an individual, a student, present what appeared to be a bomb at Ponderosa High School and was thwarted. That's public information. You all have talked about it. We've heard about it quite a bit on the news, but we're lucky and we're thankful that the school district responded so well, but we might not be as lucky in the future. And we owe it to the citizens, particularly the parents of young students, to make sure that the entryways to all of these buildings are safe and secure. But I want to be clear, this would be a 21-member commission. And that charter, after drafted, would then go to the people to vote on. So there's a lot of steps before anything would happen. But I'll just speak for myself. Yeah, am I concerned about kids being safe in schools? If there was 1,000% possibility, absolutely.
So where then in the CRS or in this charter statute, would the county have the authority related to that particular issue, say entryway security or security of schools, school buildings?
Let me turn it to our attorney. Jeff was actually the one that advised us a bit on that. Jeff, you want to share?
And if I could, just before Jeff gets up, I think all three of your questions revolve around the idea of jurisdiction, which no matter how a charter is written, the county jurisdiction couldn't extend where it's not supposed to extend, as in we couldn't go start bossing around RTD.
Yes, sir.
We couldn't start bossing around the school district. We couldn't start telling Lone Tree how they ought to do things. They are home rule, and we would offer a level of security on top of Douglas County that we don't currently have countywide, but that doesn't give us authority to go into a school district, an RTD, name it, an independently elected board and tell them what they ought to do any more than we can right now. But
And I agree with Commissioner Layden. And Commissioner Teal, we always want to work together on these things. But I just want to, I don't know how to say this the proper way, but we want to make sure that we respect each other's elected position and jurisdiction to make the decisions on behalf of their constituents. And in this particular case, we share constituents. And I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. I don't think anybody has doing everybody wants the right thing for our schools. I don't doubt that for one moment, and especially when it comes to safety. But there are differing ideas on how best to spend limited resources to do that and what are the right tools and in what situations are the right tools. And so I just want to make sure, I just didn't think that when I'd heard that rumor that part of it was legitimate. It sounds like maybe it is, so.
Well, you got to remember, it's home rule for the county will not substantially change the relationship between the county government and the school district. I mean, in so many matters, we run strictly parallel. Issues of curriculum, issues of charter school approvals. I don't know, I might have voted with Christie a couple times there in that prior discussion. In stuff like that, guys, we can't leave our lane to get into your lane.
Sure.
We can't. It's going to continue with home rule along that vein for so many items. For so many of our items, honestly, guys, President Williams, you and I had a discussion at a meeting, and you kind of took me by surprise with your question, because honestly, we have been focused on so many other items that are well within the authorities given that you heard from the county attorney under Colorado revised statutes. It sort of surprised me, your questions about, well, what would it affect the school district? And quite frankly, I was a little put on the back of my heels for about a week, and I almost had to brainstorm.
Sorry for that.
I get it all the time. Why should you be any different? But I appreciate the questions, Tim, because it does go to actually some of the disinformation that we're hearing out there. And I get it. Home rule for county government, I assure you, is awfully broad. And I'm talking about 6.5 years on the Castle Rock Council, where in the Castle Rock Charter, our duties were very well defined. Very well defined. Quite frankly, guys, right now, what Abe, Kevin, and I do, it's kind of bumpers. And one of the advantages with the Home Rule Charter is duties and responsibilities for all the county elected officials can be defined in a way that, quite frankly, they are at state level, but they can be more defined under our own charter. I'm an advocate for passing Home Rule. I'm an advocate for completing the process, having a yes vote in November, so that we will be a Home Rule county on January 1st of next year. When that happens, probably we lose New Year's Day as a day off, because I do believe it's going to be a requirement. Abe, Kevin, me, the sheriff, the coroner, treasurer, assessor, and we're probably even going to make Jeff come in. We have to retake our oaths of office, because our oath of office right now is to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the state of Colorado. So help me God. We got to take a new oath to defend, protect, and defend the charter of Douglas County as written by the 21 Home Rule Commissioners this summer. What that looks like at the end, I don't know. I could tell you what I want to advocate for, but I'd probably tip over into advocacy instead of information that you guys are looking for. So, questions?
Director Geiger, sorry. Give other people a chance.
Well, I appreciate, Commissioner Teal, you've been very clear, as Commissioner Layden. What I've heard is that you, Commissioner Teal, hope that the Home Rule Commission will give you greater discretion on who to give dedicated school land to, and that would enable you to jump charters over the school board if they were approved by someone else. Did I correctly interpret what you just told me?
I might advocate for something like that, but I'd want to see what that looks like. And by the way, I'd want your input. You know, you described a situation that's seemingly completely out of bounds and out of control. I don't think I've ever advocated for anything like that. Besides, come on, Susan, you said it just a minute ago in the prior discussion. A charter school comes to me and says, hey, we want to open a charter school right in the middle of Highlands Ranch. Kevin might have one opinion, being that's from his district, that's his neighborhood. Me, I'm actually going to probably ask a Becky Myers question and say, why not Crystal Valley Ranch? You know, because I'm moderately aware of the factors you guys deal with.
I understand that, Commissioner, but you never have. As a matter of fact, you had an invitation-only local officials meeting on March 25th, and as far as I'm aware, nobody on this board got an invitation. So if you're not going to ask us before, why should I be confident that you're going to ask us after?
You know, Brad, that was a public meeting. I mean, it was on our calendar. It was, as a matter of fact, it was a normal meeting day for us. So, I mean, I get it. No, I don't get it. Actually, I don't get what you're saying at all, because it was a public meeting.
Why were other local officials invited and nobody here? We run a $1 billion budget, Commissioner. We're the biggest employer in the county. You invited the town council of Sedalia, but not a director of the school board. I'm trying to figure out, again, you like to say you're going to cooperate with us, but you also want a home rule charter that says you don't have to. And that's where my concern is.
Actually, it's not true, Brad. First of all, there is no Sedalia Town Council. It's not an incorporated municipality under the state of Colorado. Second of all, hey guys, you know what? When Christy came up to me and asked me the questions, I was surprised. What did I say earlier? We operate in parallel, don't we? There's so many things that you guys do that we can't get in your lane. So Brad, hey man, I'm sorry I didn't get you an invitation. I'm sorry I didn't extend an invitation to every one of you. I will certainly own that. But it's mostly because, honestly, until Christie asked the question, I didn't know. I didn't know what home rule could do to the school district. I didn't know what how the school district could be enhanced through home rule. It was completely off our radar.
What I've also heard Commissioner Layden say, and he's been very clear about his opinions on school security, and I think it's been clear what we think. We've put millions of dollars in our last 2 bonds for school security. We've put millions of dollars in our last MLO for school security. I would point out the Board of County Commissioners opposed all of those elections. And now it appears that Commissioner Layden hopes that Home Rule Commission can come in and tell us how to spend that money to protect the schools. I hear Jeff say that, I have on here, that that a Home Rule Commission could, no DEI, that's all that's in there. You're going to tell us how, I will tell you, we have celebrations of diversity. We have an equity policy that we worked on for months. We are inclusive of everybody that wants to come to our schools. And I see you come to us with a PowerPoint that says part of what the Home Rule Commission could do is eliminate all DEI in Douglas County. That seems like it's not operating parallel to me. That seems like you're telling me how to police my school district that I was elected to serve. So that's where I have these concerns. I didn't write your PowerPoint, but when you come in and say no DEI, I'm trying to figure out how you're going to make that policy run in my school district. And I'm not trying to be possessive. There are 7 of us here. We try to make those decisions together. But what it seems like is that you and Commissioner Van Winkle and Commissioner Layden think that with the right homeschool, with the right home county home rule charter, you can take that over, and that concerns me.
Well, I do support homeschooling. However, I appreciate the question that's implied there because, yeah, you saw it. That would apply to county government as far as DEI. That would apply to county government. Again, guys, I don't understand what in Colorado law allows us to trip into that administrative world for you guys. I've never said that, Brad.
And Commissioner Teal, I'm going to pause you just for a second if you don't mind. Obviously, your leadership is profound on this. One of the benefits of having the county attorney presenting objectively is to give us exactly that answer that I think perhaps the Board of Education has an appetite to hear. We missed it a bit, so I might ask Jeff once again if you'll approach and maybe answer the question of the Board of Education around specifically what a home rule allows the county to do and not do factually so that we can just get a clear answer.
Sure, absolutely, and I thought I had said that. So first off, going back to that slide, I said those were comments that I've heard at meetings like this. I did not say that that's what the county was doing. It's not what I've ever heard anyone running for the Charter Commission saying. But as I said, this is the 17th time I've given this presentation, and those are things that have been said. With regard to what can be done, it's elaborated in those 4 sections of powers that I discussed. But as Commissioner Van Winkle has repeatedly said, that it doesn't permit the Board of County Commissioners to come in and tell you how to run your school district or tell you who to employ or those things. And with regard to the few things that have been discussed in this meeting, those powers already exist. So with regard to the questions that the other members of the board have asked, those powers exist. They don't need to come from a home rule. So what this is addressing and what we came to do was provide you education and ask you to be a part of this because you represent a significant portion of Douglas County and you represent a great deal of families and children. I think it's really important to think about the future of Douglas County as it gets older and as we change our demographics because Douglas County currently is the safest, most prosperous, healthiest county, and we want that to be a county for families. And when I talk about families, I'm talking about the people in this room who you represent.
Yeah, and Director Geiger, I really do respect and appreciate the comment, but would answer by just saying if this Board of County Commissioners did not care about our partnership with the Board of Education, we wouldn't be talking to you right now. You wouldn't have heard a rumor because you wouldn't have had the conversation that I had with the superintendent and President Williams that may have started that rumor. I've been very direct and upfront. I think our board has. We deeply care about each of you, and your leadership is significant. I think that's exactly what I'm asking for is your wisdom, expertise, input as we move forward.
Director Meek.
Thank you very much for being here today and providing this information. If we could look at slide 6, it has the schedule with the steps and the dates. And it's a pretty aggressive timeline. Let's see. There you go. So July 8th would be the first Charter Commission meeting. And then by August 12th, all of the public meetings need to be completed. So is there a draft ready to go for the 21 commission members to start from? Or, yeah, is there a draft already available?
I'm not aware of one. We have had talks about having the county attorney prepare one. You heard him say a little earlier, maybe we take and do, I one time said, we're going to copy and paste Weld counties. He got really offended. He said he could do much better than that. We may have, I would like to have the Charter Commission start with at least a boilerplate of a charter. You know, if you ever pull open the Castle Rock Charter or the Parker Charter, the second half is all finance and budgeting. It's all the same, with some idiosyncrasies and some details that are off. But it's all the same because it's all dictated by law that it has to be in a municipal home rule charter. I believe, if I understand it right, we're going to have something very similar to that. And so a lot of the information we'll find in either Weld or Pitkin County will be what we're going to probably use. We are collecting ideas right now, guys. You heard from the county attorney. We have a portal on the website. Just go to douglas.co.us, go up to the search bar on the upper right-hand side and put in home rule. You're going to have an information page then. And one of that is, tell us your ideas. So we're already collecting ideas from residents about what should be in the home rule charter. So yes, ma'am, I do think we're going to have anything from a very rough draft that's light on details, but a good boilerplate, to maybe something with a lot of details from our residents to start with on July 8th.
And the 21 individuals, when they get together to talk and work and create this, those are publicly posted meetings. And what rules exist for those 21 members outside of those publicly posted meetings? Are 2 members allowed to get together and talk? Are 5 members allowed? I'm just kind of curious what the law states.
I mean, some of that is going to probably can be dictated by the rules of the 21. Jeff, can you get us some information in terms of what constitutes an invocation of the Sunshine Laws with the 21-member body?
You bet. So the open meeting laws would apply. So there is a very high likelihood, because of the amount of time you have and the amount of work you need to get done, that you might be broken up into committees, or you might divide up work, or you may even be given work to take home and work on and then bring back. But open meetings, Cora, all those things that exist for a government body would exist for this body as well.
So when those members are meeting outside of the full meetings, they need to be posted as well, is what I'm hearing. So there's transparency
If
with
it's
the
3 members or
process.
greater, that's correct under.
Okay. And, you know, George, I appreciate you sharing your views on the land dedication, because that really is probably one of the top topics that I know I've heard questions about from the community. And I think you've been really clear that what you as one individual would like to see is the ability to move what could be district dedicated land to other public uses. I think that's what I heard. And so as board members, you know, it's really our job to analyze the risks associated with the land dedication process and any kind of reinterpretation with that. And how can the school board be engaged in conversations with the charter development beyond just the board going to the website and posting ideas?
Well, one of the things that the president and I talked about is a liaison. Obviously, all of these are going to be public meetings. Quite frankly, if you as a board decide that you want to divide up and assign members to different, let's say we do pursue different committees, subcommittees of the 21, you guys want to divide up and assign a board member to each one of those committees, let us know. Don't let us know. I mean, again, it's, you know, I don't know how to express the fact that we're going into a very public process. We must allow public comment. Guys, speak up. And not only that, but a couple of you have my cell phone number. So, I mean, no, that assumes I get elected. This is an election coming up on June 24th. You know, hey, Director Meeks, I wish you the best of luck, but I need the luck too, because I'm running an election that I do aim to win. Kevin is also running an election, as is Abe. We're going to try to win. But guys, there's nothing set here beyond what the whims of the electorate are. So quite frankly, guys, you tell me. I mean, I'd love to have an opinion from the school board on what the approach that you guys would like to take. If it's that you don't have a board approach and you guys are sort of in the software industry, we have the phrase super users. Okay, super users are the ones that are in the software all the time, even before you go live with it. If you guys want to be the super users on the Charter Commission, I'm in favor. I don't know if everybody else on the 21 would be in favor, but I'm very much in favor of having your voices included.
I guess the second concern that I would just really want to raise is, you know, the governance philosophy that really encourages pushing legal boundaries. Just some of the language I've been hearing really sounds like potential lawsuits are going to happen. And so on your disadvantages slide, you may want to consider adding some additional areas that I do think could be seen as disadvantages. We often, as a board, are caught between state, federal, now could be local, and as a charter could be pushing boundaries and making things be really legally challenging for us to navigate. And so I would think the increased legal costs could be something that maybe is a disadvantage that could be added to the slide.
I hope you'll pardon me for saying you just expressed a very uninformed opinion.
Very what?
You just expressed a very uninformed opinion. You said a charter could make legal difficulties for you. That's not my goal. That's not anything I've been focused on. You guys kind of need to fill me in on how that's supposed to happen. So the statement you just made, Director, is just profoundly uninformed. Unless you have plans that you just haven't told anybody yet on how you're going to interact with the county as you continue as a school board member, it's just a profoundly uninformed comment. Because the legal issues that have been brought forward by the county attorney, we are entirely focused with our relationship with the state. We're not going to go on a litigation spree with our municipalities. We have zero plans to do that. We have zero plans to go on a litigation streak with you guys. We would like to start pushing back on unconstitutional laws in the state of Colorado.
So George, let me inform you a little bit. I'm the only board director sitting up here that served pre-COVID, during COVID, and now post-COVID. I sat through the public health agency dismantling and then having regulations put in place that contradicted other legal regulations. I've experienced what this looks like, and so I don't appreciate you calling me uninformed. I think I have a lot of experience and can speak to potential challenges that could be faced through this process. And that's why I think going into it, really relying on others that have expertise that can help you formulate a charter to the best ability, or to create a charter that can be put before the public so that our community has an opportunity to vote on that. But I don't appreciate you calling me uninformed.
Actually, Director, listen, you're a candidate for the Home Rule Charter Commission as well. You have that opportunity to get your name out. You have that opportunity to win a seat on the Home Rule Charter Commission, and you have an opportunity to be a part of shaping it. I guess obviously I'm a guest here. I would welcome your comments on what you would like the Home Rule Charter to look like, as opposed to very vague and, quite frankly, uninformed assertions of risk that are not backed up by the facts.
Director Thompson.
All right, thank you guys for being here and appreciate the presentation. So I'll just start off with first, and safety was one of the first topics that was brought up, and do a shameless plug for traffic and pedestrian safety as one of my personal top concerns. Safe routes to schools for our kids. So of course, I'm always going to throw that out anytime we hear anybody listening, especially sidewalks that lead up to all of our school buildings would be amazing. So moving on past that, we talked about land use a few times, and I know that you shared your opinion and your support for charter schools. It's shared. I think this is actually a very charter-friendly board. We had a difficult decisions tonight. But where I'm kind of landing with that is I do understand the very extensive process that the district undertakes when it comes to making decisions about land and future planning sites and our long-term plan for the district. And so I think what I want to bring up here is that for those, if the home rule passes, and for those who might be listening that end up serving on that, my ask is to really understand the process that the district takes in making those decisions, especially when we send our letter about whether or not we're going to use land or not, and just understanding how that whole process looks and the implications it has on the district if land is given to someone else. So that is my humble ask in this situation. One of the things that I just wanted a little bit more information about, you touched on it a little bit here, and actually we heard it in public comment tonight. I believe it was David DiCarlo that brought it up. And you touched on a little bit, if you feel like if the law passes with the state, that's unconstitutional. Can you just walk me through that process, like what that means with being okay, thank you. You get where I'm at, so.
Sure.
I just want more clarity.
No, I like the question. So I think we should talk about how it works today and how it would work in the future. Right now, we've had laws that were passed that were unconstitutional, and we've had to challenge them. So, and for the legal cost question, it's my office, right? So when we have to sue the state, it's my office, and they pay me whether or not I have to sue anybody. So there's no increase in that. But to that end, I have to go and I file something with the state saying this is illegal. I have to file in Denver District Court, which puts us at a slight disadvantage, and then we go through the process of motion to dismiss. So the first thing they'll say is you don't have the right to sue us. You're a statutory county. You have no standing to sue us, and most of the time we get dismissed. Sometimes we don't, but for the most part, we lack the standing to make the argument about whether or not we can disagree with the governance of the state, because we've submitted to the state. We have said we are going to be a statutory county. By contrast, tomorrow we're a home rule county. And first, if it's in our charter that we're not going to do something, or they pass a law that's different than our charter, I'm not suing them. They have to sue us. And they have to make the argument that this is a mandatory function or this is outside of the scope of what we're allowed to regulate. And so they have to argue standing. And I get to file a motion to dismiss. The burden is shifted, and it makes it much easier to be the one defending your standing versus the one saying, no, they have to change. They have to come to us and say, we have to change. One of the interesting things that I liked about Weld County in the case I mentioned, their law that was ultimately challenged existed for 47 years before it was changed. So there's a period of time where it may not be challenged at all. The state may not have the interest in it. So just them changing a law doesn't change our charter. They have to come and make us change our charter. So it's them coming to us instead of us going to them, and it's a huge advantage from a legal standpoint.
Is there any implications with this, how the school district operates, or with any like legal concerns or issues that might be similar? I mean,
I don't know that I 100% understand the question, to be honest.
I'm just curious, like, does it change how, like, the district would operate for legal issues?
What's that? I think she's asking, like, can we tell them how do they operate?
No, and to
No,
that.
I'm thinking like, if we're a home rule county, right? Like how that extends, like with legal implications for us. Does it keep everything the same, or is there also some other type of power that is provided to the school district because we're a home rule county?
Well, I think that it goes back to some of the questions that we've been asked about how this could be beneficial. I think it can define relationships. So there's been a question about how the relationship exists between the county and the school board. I think relationships can be defined. I think roles can be defined. I think you can put those guardrails on the county regarding land or regarding budget or commitments that they make in the future. But I don't see, unless there's an affirmative choice by the county or these 21 commissioners working with the school board to introduce new regulations or new guidance or a new relationship, if you're not in the charter, which I've in all those meetings that I've had that list up of just ideas that I've heard, putting the school in the charter has not come up in the 17 meetings I've heard until today.
Okay.
Understandably that you guys would bring it up. It just hasn't been a topic up until now, until the president approached me and asked me, guys, it really just wasn't an issue. So it's not a surprise that it's coming up for the first time.
Okay. And then, in layman's terms, can you just explain to me how the structure of the commission, so there's a lot of members, right? And is it like, it's majority vote? Is it they decide if it's majority, like simple majority, or if it's a larger majority for specific issues? Like, how does that work out?
So in the drafting process itself, it will be you need to get to 11 to have something put in. But that being said, it all still goes to the voters. So if there's something put in that's very distasteful, and it's not, I like this section, but I don't like that section, I think there has to be a thought, and there'll be something that the 21 have to decide about what they can put in that's going to pass. So if they put something in that's very negative or is going to be a deal breaker, those issues that might bring that up, they're hurting themselves on all the other good things they could be doing. So I do think that there'll be some politicking, for lack of a better word, or exchanging or thoughtfulness in the drafting about what can pass, because just because someone wants it, or just because 11 people want it, and it hurts the chance of the whole charter being passed, I think that will come into play. But that's a lot of guessing going forward, because we just don't know who the 21 are or necessarily what the issues are.
Okay, so it's like just trying to come to a general consensus to pass something. Okay.
Well, and I'd love to just be very candid with you all. I know it's late, and I really appreciate the questions and the comments from my colleagues, but it really is a question of picking your poison. And it goes back to that issue of both our board and yours. We have struggled under the leadership of the state of Colorado. From a school finance standpoint, you all don't really do great under that math, and Aaron has done a great job of explaining that. I still don't have it fully down in my mind, but close enough to know that it's not easy for you all, and budgeting is very tough. And for us, whether it's public safety, immigration, public health, I'm a commissioner who's been around for 7 years, pre-pandemic, pre-STEM, and it has been very tough getting those measures passed. I testified at the state about school security before Senator Van Winkle, before he was a commissioner, and was told that if we increased school security in the way that our citizens expected, it would be a pipeline to prison. You fast forward to today, and I think that history shows we made the right decision. I often say Douglas County is healthy, wealthy, and wise. And I can say that because the metrics demonstrate this is the best school district in the Denver metro area. And that's because of the leadership that you all represent. It's the healthiest in the state. It's the most prosperous per capita. So I think that is what we share in common as boards. I'm not going to say that this isn't an opportunity for the citizens of Douglas County to have more local control. It is more power to the people of Douglas County, absolutely. So the question before you is the same I posited at the beginning. Do you feel better under the leadership of the state or the leadership of local Douglas County government?
Okay, we need to wrap it up, so I'm gonna give Director Moore a quick question, and then Director Geiger, and then we'll have to wrap it up.
Just more of a comment. Gentlemen, I so much appreciate all your time tonight. And I have a great deal of respect for you guys and what you're trying to do for our community and what you do day in and day out. And I think what you're hearing, at least speaking for myself, is just a group of folks who don't really have a good feel for what the charter means in relation to what we're responsible for in the school district. And so that's why I think there's so many questions, because we really aren't sure what this means. And we're not sure what, since the idea of the charter is coming from our local elected government, I think what we're lacking is a good understanding of what's the intent of our local elected government with this charter. If, all the elected officials are, at least candidates on the charter commission, what is the intent? And I think that's where we're just lacking an understanding. And I think that's what we're kind of just seeking is, hey, help us understand of the 47 different statutory possibilities that could be in the charter under each, under those generally, what is the intent? What do we want? And you guys have explained a lot of that. And I appreciate a whole lot of that, or appreciate that a lot. There are some questions about how does it impact the school district, and I think we have a little bit of clarity, and some of it I'm not sure if we do or not. I mean, some of it I understand way better, and I appreciate that. And I think, speaking for myself, all we want to do is do the right thing for our individual constituents, and I mentioned before we overlap on that. And we want to, have the right lane, and so that we're doing the right things on behalf of each other. Because I do think, because we overlap, it is on behalf of each other, and I think that's what our communities expect. And I think we just want to just understand it so we can, do the right thing for the right reasons. It just really boils down to that. And I just want to make sure, we are partners in whatever we do moving forward. Not adversaries, partners, just as we always have been, because we all do, I think, care about our community, and we all want what's right for the right reasons, and we want what's best for our community. So please don't leave here tonight thinking we're adversaries just because there's some tough questions. It's really just because I just think we don't understand enough. At least I didn't. So I appreciate that.
If I may, let me just respond to kind of your comments, Tim. Guys, ending bag fees at the grocery store. We get to do that under home rule. I want to do that. Transit-oriented development. It is written in the enabling legislation, does not apply to home rule counties. I want to evade those regulations, as is allowed by law. And then land use. I know we've touched on land use when it comes to school dedication. Guys, the state legislature is encroaching on local government's ability to decide their land use. How we do our zoning, how Castle Rock Town Council does its zoning, how Parker does its zoning has already been encroached upon. Under home rule, we will be able to retain control of our zoning under current law. Every year, laws are written in the state constitution that accept out home rule counties because they don't want to deal with the city and county of Denver and their lobbying. They don't want to deal with Weld County and their lobbying. I want to join that club. Okay, and that was the first time that I knew we could get something going, was an issue dealing with grading gravel roads. How many of you guys really worry every day about grading on your gravel road? How many of you drive on a gravel road? Plenty of other folks here in this county drive on gravel roads. We ran a bill. It was already set to exempt out home rule counties. I wanted to get Weld County on board. I had to tell them, this bill doesn't apply to you. Can you stop resisting and get on board? Because it's our bill. It came out of our public works shop. So Christine, when you approached me at that meeting and you knocked me on my heels and I was like, I don't know, what do you want to do? It's because those were my focuses, Tim. Those are the things that I'm focused on. A couple things have been added. Everything we've talked about tonight, guys, hey, I'm happy to, you know where I stand. I'm happy to have the conversation. You know, Director Meeks, Meek, I hope you prevail. I hope you join us on the Home Rule Commission, and we can hash some of these things out in the Home Rule Commission. I hope I prevail too, so I get to be there. But that's kind of, what's it about? That's what it's about.
The one area that I've had issues about policy, we have certain state and federal laws protecting our students from immigration enforcement. That's somewhat different than what you have and what the commissioners have said. Do you believe that a home rule charter would allow county commissioners to overrule our policies regarding allowing ICE into the schools?
That's a Jeff question.
It's a good question. I don't think that's another question that has been asked until this evening about going into your schools and overruling that decision. I do believe that if there is a state law that affects only things that are occurring in Douglas County, then it could be subject to this. I don't know whether or not the state would consider that to be a local affair, to be honest. And you're asking me to give you an answer to a question that I haven't really considered, to be honest, but would we even go after that? I don't know. You'd have to ask the 21.
If the 21 say yes, and we have to make a decision, would you agree with me that there could be a situation where the Douglas County taxpayers are paying Phil Weiser?
No.
And you?
Nope.
And our state and our county commission to litigate that? Lawyers got to get paid. Now, I'm a lawyer. I'm not necessarily opposed to that, but I don't have a bunch of extra money in my budget for litigation.
There would be no additional cost for me. I don't know about Mr. Weiser.
Well, again, taxpayers are paying every one of those three people, correct?
Yep. And let me tell you a little bit about that. So we've had 6 lawsuits against the state while I've been the county attorney. And in that time, I would have gotten paid the exact same amount. And during that time, I have failed and I've lost some of those lawsuits. Not all of them, but some of them. And I'm in a very fortunate position because the Board of County Commissioners didn't get upset with me because I failed. Didn't get upset with me because I lost. What they got upset with, or would get upset with me, they haven't, is if we didn't fight. And if we didn't have issues that we thought were important to our residents that we were willing to stand up for. And this right here, Commissioner Teal talked about why it was important to him and some of the things that may have driven him to this. From if someone asked me, I would like the tool. I would like the tool to win those challenges, right?
Do you understand my concern about that I don't have, our budget's $1 billion, but it's spent every minute. We've already been told very clearly by our voters, they don't like us spending money on those kinds of fights. So I understand your county is willing to spend money to litigate. I understand the Attorney General, if they're defending state law, has to litigate. I don't want to get in the middle of all that. Do you understand why I have a concern about that, sir?
Well, then don't get in the middle.
Yeah.
Well, which one should I follow? If you say one thing and the state says another, what am I supposed to do?
Well, if I could interject, Director Geiger, I know we're limited on time and want to be just, again, very direct and candid. Let's be clear, this is pathos, and we don't want to get into politics. Obviously, there are those that want to raise a boogeyman around immigration enforcement in schools, but I'm certain that you have been assured, as has your superintendent, both by the county and by your sheriff, that is not a focus nor an issue for us. Our focus is on dangerous gangs like Tren de Aragua that are engaged in human trafficking of exactly those kids that we're both trying to protect. So let's be very clear about the public safety issue and not raise artificial straw men to, create emotion around an issue that's truly not an issue. And to Commissioner Teal's point, we've never had a conversation about trying to go into schools on immigration enforcement.
I understand that. I don't know what the 21 will do. I'm done.
All right, thank you guys very much for coming and being here tonight and staying so late. We appreciate it, and I know we're not taking a vote tonight on anything related to home rule, but we certainly appreciate the presentation.
Castle Rock did do a resolution in support of the home rule process. It passed unanimously. We would ask the same of you, as we ask the same of all of the municipalities that we will be talking to. Thank you very much for having us in. Can't express, and thanks for helping us dispel the rumors and spread the word.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you. All right, with that, we'll move into the policy governance section. And as we are running super late, I'm wondering if I would have any pushback if we were to move items 26 and 27 to our next meeting. What? No objection. Director Meek. So if someone would be willing to make a motion to move items 26 and 27?
I would move to table items 26 and 27 to the meeting on June 10th.
Motion by Moore,
Second.
second by Geiger. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, so we will move items 26 and 27.
President Williams?
Yes, go ahead.
Just in regards to the prior presentation on home rule, I mean, it feels like it's advocacy when we're being asked to support home rule. And so I really do think we have opened this up to advocacy. I think we need a presentation on the 10th. That's the other side of the argument. And then I don't know if we as a board want to contemplate taking a position on it or not, but I feel pretty strongly that we had advocacy happening this evening.
Yeah, so I would request, I guess, from the district, it's my opinion that we should request from the district what our legal obligation is to that. Not right now, but just, yeah, before our agenda planning on Thursday.
Thank you for the question. We will work on getting you an answer.
Thank you.
All right, so moving into item 28, approval of superintendent contract, open for a 10-minute discussion. So we spent a couple executive sessions talking about this as a board, and I personally believe we ended up in a place that I assume all 7 of us are comfortable with, but obviously want to open it up to discussion. I believe the superintendent, if you just look at the merits of what we've accomplished since you've been here, I'm super proud of the work that we've done, and you've been at the helm of that, so thank you for that. Anybody have any comments? Great, well, I'll take a motion.
Motion to approve the superintendent's contract as presented.
Second.
Motion by Weiniger, second by Myers, open for discussion. Seeing none, Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Sorry, I'm not responding quick enough because I'm still processing the last presentation. I just wanted to point out, just through this process and for future consideration, when, going through the negotiation process and the executive sessions that we allot more time, and that we're just sure that we've heard from every board director, and as we're talking through these processes and concerns, because I still had outstanding concerns at the end of this process that, and I appreciate that you raised it, or you tried to address it with me, President Williams. It was past the negotiation period, I feel, so I didn't think it could be effectively addressed, but I do want to just raise that I do have some hesitation just from the process. Of course, I don't want to punish our superintendent, and I don't want to elude that this has anything to do with your performance. So with that said, I will be a yes.
Williams, aye. Weiniger,
Just I personally felt the process was fine. Not trying to say you're wrong, Thompson, but just that I don't have any concerns with it. And I think our superintendent has done a fantastic job since she's been on here. So I am very proud to vote aye.
all right. Then moving to item 29, the board committee planning for the 26th board retreat, July 26th board retreat. This was requested by Director Meek, so I'm going to let you speak to what you hope to get out of this portion and what we're looking for.
Sure. So we had talked about engaging our board committees in the July retreat. It's now the end of May, so we may have an opportunity to have one more conversation in person with our board committees. So it was really my hope for us just to be able to relay some basic information to our board committees about what we're asking of them and the expectations for that conversation in July. I know we haven't planned the board agenda for the retreat, so it's a little bit of a challenge. Talking about where this fits. I did some research, and I think in the past, the board committees, when they have been engaged in the retreat, have come in at the second half of the retreat after the board has had an opportunity to talk about the upcoming year, what they see as potential priorities, et cetera. And then the board liaisons would work with the board committees in the afternoon, have an opportunity to have two-way dialogue, and then wrap up the day with them. So my intent was to try to lock down any details that we can share with our board committees.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. I during my rough draft, putting things-ish together, I was thinking that they would come in the second half of the day, and I don't know if we want that to be 4 hours or 3 hours. It's kind of up to us. I was thinking for the last 2 to 3 hours and not necessarily the full afternoon, but I'm open to. Last time they did join us for lunch as well, yeah. Director Moore.
I know we've talked about this before, but, we had the public comment about the DAC meeting access. Should we at least talk about that a little bit so we're all on the same page? Because it may apply to other committees, and I just don't know if it's the right place to do that, but I just hate to not have some sort of answer to give back to the DAC. And I'm not even on the DAC,
Yeah.
but I think we should.
So I would say that we're talking about the board budget at our next meeting, and that would fall under the board budget. So that's what I was assuming.
Okay.
Director Meek.
That was my hesitancy for pushing it, because I did want to talk about it a little bit at that point. And, just to kind of be transparent with my thinking, as one of the DAC liaisons, it's a continual request, and the DAC is a different committee than the other board committees in that it has a direct responsibility to reach out to SACs. So our other school accountability committees, part of its role is to engage the community. And so I don't lump the DAC in with all the other board committees necessarily. And essentially, if it's $5,000 for a 2-hour live streaming, my thinking that I was going to propose is we do a pilot and we just take the first semester. So we do August through December. There's only 4 meetings that happen for the DAC during that time frame because one of the meetings is virtual. And so for $20,000, we could do a pilot program with live streaming DAC and then evaluate it in December. Are we meeting our goals? Is DAC actually getting positive feedback? Is it helping? Is it worth the $20,000 that we invested moving forward? So I was going to share that tonight during the budget conversation, but I figured I would just share it now since Director Moore brought it up.
Yeah, so I'm open to whatever anybody thinks about when they should come during our board retreat in July. I think if we can just come up with a consensus, that would be great. Director Weiniger.
I like the idea of them coming around lunch and
Okay.
then staying for however long we think is good. But I think if we tell them lunchtime, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as soon as, I'll do the agenda planning for that this week as well, since that's for both the June and July. So I'll have a more definitive time, but at least right now publicly, it would be around-ish lunch. Yes, 11:30, 12-ish. Director Geiger.
One idea I had, we can discuss this at agenda planning, is that we could set 11 to noon for a board meeting with the chairs and vice chairs of the various committees. And that would help us, I think. They could then tell us what else they think we need to address. And then have lunch with everybody and then break out and have our discussions with them. That's putting additional weight on, I can feel President Gooden staring me daggers from the back of the room. But yeah. But I think that's something we could consider. I think having leadership show up a bit early to have a discussion with the entire board might be helpful.
So a thought I have around that would be to do maybe a working lunch with them, and then but the rest of the committees could come. I do worry about taking too much time from what we need to do in the morning to do that. So I'm not sure if that would be okay with everyone else. Director Meek?
Yeah, what are the other topics, just that we know we need to address that morning?
Yeah, so, I wish I had my list right now. We were going to discuss any changes to the governance processes. And so essentially some edits there, and then talking about self-evaluations and how that's working was going to be kind of lumped all together into one. That was the biggest item that we were going to discuss. So I just want to make sure we have enough time to do that. So I know last time I know we don't have as much to do because we've already done a lot, but certainly something there, so. And then also we would discuss the priorities with the committees before they came. That would also be on the morning portion. So maybe we can say lunch and then.
Well, I think we should feed all of them.
Well, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So just invite everyone at lunch and we can work out the details. Is everyone okay with that? Noon-ish. I'll be able to tell you more on Thursday.
And the location is Stone?
It will be at Stone Canyon.
Stone Canyon.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. With that, we will move into Board of Education reports. The next meeting of the Board of Education is June 10th, 5 p.m. Agenda planning for that meeting is this Thursday, May 29th at 2:30 at Wilcox. And I think the last few weeks has been my favorite time of year every year, and that's graduations. It feels like a culmination of everything that we put in work to do, and I feel very blessed and honored to be a part of each and every one of those. So congratulations to our graduates, and I hope everyone enjoys their summer for those of you that get it. So thank you. Director Weiniger.
Yes, agreed. Graduations are wonderful, and seeing all the kids so excited and looking so good in their graduation gowns is such an honor to be a part of. As far as, I don't think I've had any meetings since we last met, or I'm sorry, I did have one. It was FOC. I'm staring right at it. And we got presented on the third quarter actuals and also on the proposed budget, mostly questions around unassigned balance and just what that should look like. And we told the committee that most likely the board has been talking about having that be a priority for next year, is determining a good unassigned balance. So that's something we can talk at the retreat more about. The unassigned balance, what that level should be, that's ideal for our district. And then the full-time employee ratios to students was presented on. It was just something that the committee was curious on when, with declining enrollment, what that looks like, and they did a great job showing that. And then, yeah, we have our budget coming up, so the FOC is working on a memo on that currently, and since we are meeting on Thursday again, they're going to finalize it and send it to the board to review, because they send a memo on before we vote on the budget every year. So look for that, and that's all I have.
I don't remember which side I started on last time. All right, great. Director Moore.
Thank you. Really just have to report on the graduations. The Thunder Ridge so far, Castle View, Plum Creek, and Renaissance Secondary School. And I just want to say a couple things. First, they all were different, and they all were amazing. I cried at every single one, and I don't like to admit that publicly because I don't like people to think I cry, but I couldn't help it, be choked up by the optimism that the kids had for their future, the parents had for their future, the excitement on their faces, and the excitement from the schools and the administration. They were really proud of these kids, and they always are. But every time I see it, I'm just like, the stereotype we think about, or you can get lulled into thinking teenagers are, you realize aren't very accurate at all. Amazing kids. They're badasses, for lack of a better term. The student speeches, fabulous, on target, entertaining, inspiring, fun, amazing. And I'm just like, I can't, like, these kids are, some of these are really good public speakers at 18 years old. Impressive, just amazing. But the one takeaway that I had was every single one of these graduations, the kids took a lot of time to spotlight the teachers and staff and administrators that got them there, right? And they love these people in these schools. These kids love them. They gave them gifts, they showered them with praise, they recognized them, they cheered for them, their families cheered for them. And that tells me a lot about how much effort every one of these schools, the principals, the staff, the teachers, everybody puts in to helping these kids succeed. It is, I don't know how to say this. You just wouldn't, I don't know if you understand it until you see it and you watch what these kids say and how they say it and how much love they say it with. Just, that's what made me cry. That part was what made me cry. So appreciate, Aaron, that your people made me cry. Hope you're happy. Hope you're
Director
happy.
Geiger.
I've done 6 graduations now. Bridge, which is always unique and fascinating. Skyview, and I want to reach out to them. I was the only director who was there. They're always wonderful. They're always very welcoming. One of the amazing things they do at Skyview is they announce the salutatorian, who's number 2, and it usually starts with this is somebody with a 4.27 GPA who's taken 7 AP classes and won the state title in fencing, and you go, that's second place? And then they introduce the valedictorian, and it's like, oh, wow. Skyview is always very welcoming. And it's outdoors. We have different venues. We have different times. Red Rocks turned out to be great for both Mountain Vista and Highlands Ranch.
And Castle View.
Castle Review that night was also good, I heard. I did a Ralph calculation. I think I shook 714 hands. over the week. I'm still a little sore. I won't lie to you about it. But I agree with everything that everybody else said. It's an amazing experience. I'm not afraid to admit that I cry at every single one of them. I'm always impressed with the speakers, always impressed with how much they think they know at 18, and all the worldwide wisdom that they impart, which is fascinating to watch. So I did attend, Director Moore was sick, I attended the Long Range Planning Committee meeting on May 7th. They are focused on getting the master capital plan done. It's very close. They are finalizing their presentation letter, and they will see us in June for approval of the master capital plan. Once again, great deal of work goes into that, both by staff and by the LRPC. And it's, I think one of the discussions we're going to have and that they're going to ask us to have is it has gotten pretty big. And that it may be appropriate for us to start thinking about a report on capacity, enrollment, decline at one time, and a master capital plan as to capital needs at another time, and that those topics, although related, might be best presented separately. And they're discussing that, and they'll come to us about that. Had a long discussion of the final approval of the McCanta update that you saw tonight. A lot of that presentation, as brilliantly done as it was by staff, was improved by LRPC and their questions and what they wanted to do. They voted for their new operational procedures. They're pretty straightforward. Had a good update on CART, and actually would have finished early if the long-winded Board of Education director hadn't taken up the last 20 minutes. Ms. Lees will be punished at an appropriate time. It was a productive meeting. They do a lot in May and June, and they'll be here in June to tell us about it. Otherwise, I think, boy, that sounds like enough.
Great. Director Myers.
Wow, well, congratulations to all the graduates. I'm just going to ditto Tim and everyone that's set up here. This is a favorite time of the year, is our graduations and all the kids, and even actually knowing some of them. I want to say thank you to Renee for going to the library Ready, Set, Read with me. It's hard for me to believe there's a decline in enrollment. We had over 500 kids that morning come, babies, little ones. And the library's given out free books. We've had a bunch of stuff we gave out from Douglas County, many of them that complemented our district. They go to some of the pre-K programs. It was just astounding to see that many people come through. And I think that's all I did.
Director Thompson.
So I have shared sentiment about attending graduations. They definitely are the highlight of our time here. And I agree, they're great public speakers. It's very meaningful, it's inspiring. I always feel really refreshed after listening to them present lessons learned in their high school journey and how it really still applies to all of us. So I really enjoyed attending those. And I wanted to call out the Hope graduation. They do this recognition of students who are first generation graduates. I love that part. It's amazing, and it's nice to see that these opportunities are available to students to be successful and graduate high school, as well as speaks to their perseverance and their dedication to their own education. So with that, the other thing that I attended, and I actually wrote it down so I could be concise. So Senate Bill 25200, it was a bipartisan bill. It recently passed the Senate and the House with overwhelming support. And my son and I had the opportunity to attend the signing. I saw Superintendent Kane there. And this bill makes modifications to the READ Act, and it requires dyslexia screening in schools. And as we all know, screening is not about just identifying students at risk of reading failure. It also enables our educators to pinpoint gaps in specific foundational literacy skills that each student needs to develop to become proficient readers. And so I just want to state how grateful I am to our locally elected legislators in the Colorado House and Senate who vote and spoke in favor of this bill. I also want to thank all our bill sponsors, which include Senator Kolker, Senator Maleka, Rep. Hamrick, Rep. Soper, and their passion to address literacy. It was moving, their personal statements were moving, and I think that passion was very contagious. I also want to give a special thank you to our very own DAC Chair, Julie Gooden, who worked tirelessly to push this bill across the finish line. I want to say thank you to all of the families and advocates who've supported increasing our knowledge on dyslexia and the risk of reading failure, and also helped increase our own empathy and understanding through those dyslexia simulations that we were able to attend at our winter retreat. I also want to give a personal thank you to DC Kid, to Amy, a thank you to Kristen, and thank you to Mary Beth, and also a personal thank you to all of you guys for helping not only the students within our district, but also for helping my son and me as we're navigating this journey. I am really overwhelmed with how supportive our community is. And for any other families that are hoping to understand dyslexia better, I really encourage you to ask for and utilize supports that are here in Douglas County School District, as well as reach out to those community supports such as DC Kids to learn about what's available within the community. And then, of course, since we're on the topic, a thank you to staff. We had, I had touched on it briefly in a previous meeting when we met with staff about some of the future goals with not only screening, but interventions within the district. And one of the mentions was looking at summer programming to support literacy for our students. What happens if we identify them? It's the end of the year, then what? And so staff is looking at like what kind of summer supports we could provide, and which is exciting. And when I was at the signing, St. Vrain actually offered for us to come see their summer program. So they have a summer program where they use as not only an opportunity to build literacy skills for students, but also as a training opportunity for new staff. And so they extended an invite for us to see and learn from it. And since I know that that's a thought of our staff, that maybe it would be helpful or to go see them, see what they're doing, see if there's ideas, things that we like. So I wanted to mention that here. Okay.
Director Meek?
Benefit of going last. Ditto. Graduations were amazing. They're always a favorite. It reminds us of why we do what we do. Congrats to staff. You made it through another year. Hopefully people will have some downtime over the summer and rejuvenate. I was going to spend time congratulating Director Thompson and DAC Chair Julie Gooden on all of the dyslexia work since you're both in the room here. Thank you so much for all that you did. And then lastly, congratulations to Dr. Thompson on completing her doctorate degree. So that's a big deal. And that's it for me.
All right, with that, I will move into our last item.
Move to adjourn.
Okay. Motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Yay.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams? Aye. Weiniger? Aye. Passes 7-0. The meeting of the board is now adjourned.